when it's time to ball. We back in the field, we ready, it's time. It's nothing but hustle inside of the huddle, you know that I grind. A dangerous mind, a weapon of choice when pushing the line. Go overtime and I won't break when it's crunch time. My end game is number one. Bet it all, give me my cash. Supreme game, can't stop it. Take off like a rocket. Break it back, don't bend mine. I'm the one now, you can't hide. Legendary like legacy. This is our moment, our time. This is our moment. This is our time. Time is now. It's time to rise. This is our moment. This is our time. The time is now. It's time to rise. Yeah. Coming for glory. We ready for war. The city's behind us. We giving you more. We ready whenever. The world is watching. The time is now. No other option. No other way. Play to win the way that we play. Destined for greatness, born to be great, ahead of the game. In front of the pack, leading the way, it's time to reign. The kingdom's here, this is our year. Been to the bottom, ain't nothing to fear, we running the game. Rushing the field for every yard, on every play. Nobody's safe, rise when we fall, but never stay down. The champs is here, doing it for the town. This is our moment, this is our time. The time is now, it's time to rise. This is our moment, this is our time. Time is now, time to rise. It's time to rise. This is our time. It's our moment. It's our time. Feeding the dirt, nose to the grind. Like the crack of dawn, you can't stop the shine. Moment after moment, day after day. It's our time. Lock and loaded, it's time for war. Ha! Tear it down, kick in the door. Yeah, I want it all, give me some more. Ha! I want it all, give me some more. I want it all, give me some more. Ha! Yeah. Kill them all, it's time for war. It's time for war. Like pandemonium, I set it off. Sacrifice, I bear the cross. Legendary, I'm a big dog. Hard knock on the front line. Pure blood, my bloodline. Headshots the first time. My aim good, bullseye. Warfare. Don't play fair, don't play fair. You not sure? Don't go there, I'm right here. No fear, I'm ready to go at top speed. No brick wall can block me. No army can stop me. Yeah, I want it all and I can't lose. I came far and I won't stop. This my time, I pay dues. Yeah, it's wartime and I won't retreat. I want it all, give me some more. I kill them all, won't taste defeat. Nah. Now bow down at the king's feet. It's time for war. I want it all, give me some more. Kill them all, it's time for war.
no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
Race fans, welcome to the 18th annual Genuine RV Cajun Classic here at the Arklatex Speedway. So we welcome you in on raceontexas.com and all of you sitting here in the stands as we plan to get started with the racing action exactly at 7. As we're doing a little bit of track packing right now, scheduled to have the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders hot lap here at 6:45. That will be the only division hot lapping tonight. And we'll go straight into the factory stock C mains. We'll have 4 of those. Then we'll enter into the modified heats. Should have 3 of those. Then the front wheel drive 4-cylinder heats, 2 or 3 of them. And then we'll have a modified B, 2 factory Bs, 2 limited Bs, and 4 A mains to conclude the night. Race fans, now's a great time to tell your friends to get out here. This is, as I stated earlier, this is the best event of the year here at the Arklatex Speedway. Been doing it for 18 years here. The 18th annual Genuine RV Cajun Classic, the original Crown Jewel factory stock race here at the Arklatex Speedway. As we have 84 factory stocks here tonight, ready to battle for $5,000 to win. As we're looking to see either a 9-time champion in Justin Whitehead. We got a few defending champions. Sean Graham, Chris Hennigan, Dalton Faulkner, and Doug Vick Jr. all looking to become a 2-time champion. And if we have anybody else who becomes a first-time champion, it'll be the 10th different champion in the history of this race. So as fans start to pile up into the stands, we'd like to remind you to be courteous to those around you. Please leave open space as more people come in. So just like last night, I'm going to list some Cajun Classic history here. All Cajun Classic events have been held here at the Arklatex Speedway, and it started in 2005. The original winner of the Cajun Classic was Justin Whitehead. As Justin Whitehead won in 2006 as well as 2005. The original in 2005, he won the second in 2006. In the 3rd annual running, we got our 2nd ever champion. That was Daryl Hampton in the 88 machine out of Marshall, Texas. The following year, a driver who was just on the speedway. Actually, he's right there going under the flag stand. Not him making the packing laps in it, but Chris Hennigan will be behind the wheel of that one. He won the 4th annual Cajun Classic, and he's 2nd in passing points after last night, looking to become a 2-time champion. The year after that, the promoter here at the Arklatex Speedway, Ronald Rollo Pilkington, became the 4th different winner in 5 years. After that, we got another different winner. Mark Simon out of Buffalo, Missouri, became the 5th different winner in the 6th annual Cajun Classic in 2010. 2011, we finally got a Louisiana native to win the Cajun Classic as Doug Vick Jr. from right here in Vivian became the first Cajun to win the Cajun Classic in the 6th different winner in 7 years. 2012 and 2013 were won by Justin Whitehead. 2014 was Adam Roy. 2015, Justin Whitehead. 2016, Justin Whitehead. 2017, Justin Whitehead. 2019 was Justin Whitehead. In 2020, Sean Graham won it, becoming the 2nd Louisiana driver to win the Cajun Classic, and he's here tonight to try to become a 2-time champion as well. And last year's winner, he's also here tonight looking to become a 2-time winner as Dalton Faulkner out of Cut and Shoot, Texas in the DAF chassis number 27 won the 17th annual Cajun Classic here last year. So once again, to sum all of that up, Justin Whitehead has an opportunity to become a 9-time champion. Sean Graham, Chris Hennigan, Doug Vick Jr., and Dalton Faulkner all have an opportunity to become a 2-time champion. And if we get anyone else to win who's here entered tonight, it'll be the 10th different winner in the 18th running of the Cajun Classic here at Arklatex Speedway. Once again, race fans, we're getting ready to get started. We'll start with front wheel drive 4-cylinder hot laps, and we'll get into the C mains from there. So, race fans, we have the official event apparel directly under me on this balcony. The 18th annual Cajun Classic shirts and hoodies. Shirts $20, hoodies are $40. Be sure to get your original event apparel right here under the balcony attached to the tower here at the Arclotech Speedway, the 18th annual Genuine RV Cajun Classic. So here comes the lone hot lap session of the evening. The front wheel drive 4 cylinders will be the first cars on the Speedway. First car on the Speedway out of Benton, Louisiana. It's the Fast Fix Dent Repair number 46 of Jackson Gallagher. Gallagher followed to the Speedway by the 13S, that's Dalton Wallace out of Karnak, Texas. Behind him is the Hustling Hobo Motorsports number 2 of Austin Marshall, followed by the Beckville Texan Brandon Harrod in the 29B. Have a few more cars joining the Speedway. Next car on the Speedway in the Transmissions Unlimited TNT pickup part number 2G, that's Madison Gaddis, followed by the 05 of Luke DuPont. Now entering the Speedway, the Amsoil number 25, that's Hunter Armstrong. The 06 is Jack DuPont in the DuPont Auto Sales Rights Towing number 06. So once again, race fans, immediately after this hot lap session, we will get started with our opening ceremonies, and then we'll go straight into C-Main number 1 for the factory stocks, where we'll take the top 5 advancing to the B, and the rest of them will load it up, and they'll be done for the Cajun Classic this year. Last car entering the Speedway for this hot lap session is going to be the 3E out of Diana, Texas, in the Big Texas Auto Parts Transmissions Unlimited number 3E. That's Ethan Elmer. So we are up to 20 entries here in the front-wheel drive four-cylinder division. So we only have 9 of them on the Speedway right now, as they're working in the bottom side of the Speedway, making sure we have a good racetrack here for the hot laps of the front-wheel drive four cylinders. And again, we are immediately going into elimination races, the C mains for the factory stocks right after this. So we'll have 4 C mains and then 2 B mains later tonight to whittle down to 20 cars and have 4 different provisionals to set up a 24-car field for the 18th annual Genuine RV Cajun Classic. $5,000 to win here at the Arclotech Speedway for the USRA factory stocks. Just like always, if you're watching on raceontexas.com, we thank you for joining us here at the Arclotech Speedway, the land of the 3 wide, for the 18th annual Cajun Classic. My name is Colin Bell. I'm the announcer here at the Arclotech Speedway, as well as the announcer for the Short Track Super Series Ollie's Bargain Outlet Cajun Region Modifieds, as we're preparing for our Cajun Swing here. November 8th through the 12th. The 8th and the 9th will be at Rocket Raceway Park. The 10th will be right here at the Arclotech Speedway, and the 11th and 12th will be at Boot Hill Speedway in Greenwood, Louisiana. I've heard from many of the New York drivers planning, New York, Delaware, New Jersey, etc., planning to come down this year. Matt Shepard, Stuart Friesen, Mike Mahaney, Billy Pouch Jr., Mike Maresca, as well as multiple others. I think we're going to have about 15 to 20 of those guys come down. And this year with the series, we averaged 18 cars per race. So if we combine those two numbers, we'll be sitting around 35 cars per night for the Cajun Swing. So like I said, my name is Colin Bell. You can find me on Facebook at Colin Bell-Dirt Track Announcer. Feel free to send me a message and let me know where you're watching from here at the Cajun Classic. And if I have the opportunity during races, between races I should say, I will give you a shout out here on the mic and on raceontexas.com. As Austin Turner going to take a slight detour over the tops of turns 1 and 2 here in the hot lap session. Able to regain control of that machine, and we'll stay underway here in the hot lap session number 1 for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders. So the checkered flag will wave on hot lap session number 1 for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders as they exit the back straightaway. The 3E, that's Ethan Elmer. The 29B is Brandon Herod. The 05, that's Luke DuPont. The 13S. 13S driven by Donald Wallace. Austin Marshall in the 2. Luke DuPont in the 06, Jackson Galler in 46, Madison Gaddis in 2G, Hunter Armstrong in the 25, Ethan Elmer in the 3E, and Brandon Herod in the 29B. So race fans going to get set here as we're going to go with our opening ceremonies here in just a minute. And we will kick off the racing action with 4 C mains tonight. of the factory stocks. Scheduled to have about 16 cars in each of them. The top 5 will advance to the B main, where they'll have to fight to get into the top 10 to work their way into the feature tonight for the 18th annual Cajun Classic presented by Genuine RV here at the Arclitect Speedway. Fans, at this time, we'd like to ask you to rise as we're going to go to the Lord in prayer and ask for his blessing over this event. Let's pray. Dear God, thank you so much for this day, and we thank you once again for everything you've done for us, giving us an opportunity that we don't deserve by being the propitiation for us and replacing our sin with the blood of your Son. We thank you so much for this and allowing us to do what we love here at the dirt track and our freedoms here in this great country. And we pray for the safety of the drivers, the crew members, the track officials, as well as the fans as we enjoy the racing action tonight and as we go home tonight. As always, it is in your name we pray. Amen. Please remain standing for the playing of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, race fans, it's time to kick off night 3 of 3 for the 18th annual Genuine RV Cajun Classic here at the Arclitect Speedway. So here we go as the first race of the night here in the final night of the 18th annual Cajun Classic rolls towards the Speedway. C main number 1 will hit the track first. On the pole out of Karnak, Texas in the 04T. That's going to be Travis Bowden. Won one of his heat races last night. Had a strong first night. To his outside out of Ruston, Louisiana in the Bobby's Body Shop Southern Roofing number L100. It's Lee Patton. Inside of row number 2 out of Bossier City, Louisiana in the Laser Race Cars Classic Auto Repair number 34 Junior. That's Josh Daughtery. And to his outside out of Wascom, Texas in the Bootlegger Race Car Rasco Racing. The Colt 45, it's Dean Rasco. Inside of row number 3 out of Texarkana, Texas in the Central Heating and Air Roto-Rooter number 38, it's Mike Wells. To his outside out of Robeline, Louisiana in the Legacy Construction number D55, it's Dalton Dubois. Inside of row number 4 out of Bevins, Texas In the Hustlin' Hobo Motorsports number J8, it's TJ Tollison. And his outside out of West Monroe, Louisiana. In the Floor Works Wild Child Chassis number L88, it's Logan Gordon. To the inside of row number 5. Out of Locksburg, Arkansas, in the BKR Smart & Son Custom Cabins, Carver Cattle Company number 42, it's Lee Carver. To his outside, out of Kilgore, Texas, it's Michael Hale in the F73. Inside of row number 6, out of Falk, Arkansas, in the Bobby's Body Shop, Right Way Machine Shop number 54X, it's Clint Shirtliff. And to his outside, with the same sponsors, the Right Way Machine Shop, Bobby's Body Shop Hobby Shop Racing Engines number 53. That is Patrick Durman, also out of Falk, Arkansas. Inside of the 7th row, out of Iowa, Louisiana, in the 18X, that's going to be James Cheney in the Powers Race Cars B&B Innovative Southwest Cutters number 18. At his outside, Tyler Morgan in the Laser Race Cars number 24. And the final row, out of Bossier City, Louisiana, it's going to be the 107 of Greg Thompson. So 15 cars listed. And we're seeing 14 on the speedways. It looks like the 24 of Tyler Morgan not going to make the call tonight. So in the first B main of the night, we'll have 14 cars competing for 5 spots. The top 5 will advance to the B main later on tonight and have a chance to make their way into the 18th annual Cajun Classic. So the lights will go out once again. Only the top 5 cars will advance tonight from these races. So 9 of these cars will be loaded onto the trailer after this one, and they'll be done for the 18th annual Cajun Classic. Bowden and Patton going to lead us to the first green flag of the night. Here we go for the 18th annual Cajun Classic at the Arklatex Speedway. C-Main number 1 underway as Patton gets an early edge ahead of the 04T of Bowden, and he's going to push. Big push out of the L100, and here comes the 34 Junior of Daughtery to second. 3 wide for the transfer right now as Tollison and Rasco work their way around Lee Patton. Contact between the 42 of Carver and the 54X of Shirtliff as these drivers are just about done giving any space to anyone else as we nearly go 3 wide for the lead as Daughtery throws a slider on Bowden. Josh Daughtery going to take the edge down the back straightaway. Travis Bowden still sits in the 2nd spot, followed by Mike Wells, TJ Tollison, and Clint Shirtliff. Here comes Shirtliff to the inside of Tollison. They battle side by side for the 4th spot. At the line, Shirtliff has it, relegating Tollison to the final transfer spot right now. Here comes Dean Rasco to the inside of Tollison, looking for a transfer, as Lee Carver's going to close in on the Colt 45. This is a 12-lap C-Main, and the top 5 advance. As Josh Daughtery starting to distance himself away from the field as Wells and Shirtliff get around Bowden. Bowden pushed back to the 4th spot as Wells going to sail way high out of turn 2. Here comes Shirtliff to his inside. Clint Shirtliff working his way quickly from an 11th place starting spot to 2nd. Shirtliff has aspirations to continue racing tonight. So Daughtery leads. Shirtliff has 2nd. Wells is 3rd. Bowden's 4th. And Tollison has the 5th and final transfer spot right now. Here comes Dean Rasco. Here comes Lee Carver as they're trying to chase down the J8. Down the back straightaway, nearly 3 wide once again between Rasco, Carver, and Tollison for the transfer. As Bowden's going to push way up the front straightaway. At the line, he still has a nose ahead of Tollison, but Tollison's going to take the spot heading into turn number 1. As there may be problems on the 04T of Bowden, as that's going to shovel things up, and Lee Carver now has the 5th spot. Halfway down, 6 laps to go for Daughtery. Daughtery, Shirtliff, and Wells have distanced themselves away from the battle as Tollison now edges ahead of Carver as Lee Patton's going to spin in turn number 4. Caution flag out for the L100 of Lee Patton as we have 6 laps down, 6 laps to go here in C-Main number 1 of the USRA factory stocks. So that caution will be charged to the L100 of Lee Patton. He will tag the tail with 6 laps to go. See if he can work his way back through the field into a top 5 position to extend his racing here tonight. So Josh Daughtery's out front in the Classic Auto Repair Twin City Towing number 34 Junior. As he's been in control after about the 3rd lap of this one. He took the lead away from Bowden. As Clint Shirtless worked his way from 11th to 2nd. Mike Wells started 5th. He runs 3rd. And TJ Tollison started 7th, I should say. And he currently runs in the 4th spot. The last transfer spot right now is held by the 42 of Lee Carver, who started 9th. There are 6 laps to go. So 6 laps potentially left for 8 of the drivers on the Speedway, barring potential provisionals here later tonight, as Greg Thompson's going to call his weekend tonight. So we have them formed up, and we're going to go back to the green for 6 more laps. See who the 5 transferring cars will be from C main number 1. Here is part of the alphabet soup of the 18th annual Cajun Classic. And we're going back to the green. Here comes Wells, going to get a good restart. Looking to the outside of Shirtlift as they go 3 wide for the 6th spot. DuBois and Rasco going to split the 04T of Bowden. And looks like Dean Rasco may have a problem. Perhaps he just got out of the groove as he slowed up just a little bit. And now he's going again as Lee Carver's going to take the 3rd spot away from Mighty Mike Wells. So Donnery's Shirtlift, Carver, Wells, and Tollison your top 5 with 5 laps to go. James Chaney has worked his way into the 7th spot as he's trying to work 2 more spots towards the front to extend his racing tonight. 4 laps to go for the 34 Junior of Joshua Daughtery. Running order remains the same as Dalton DuBois sitting 1 spot out right now, trying to catch up to the J8 of TJ Tollison, and he's going to get a run on him down the back straightaway. Close in about a car length that time. 3 laps to go for Daughtery, Shirtlift, Carver, Wells, and Tollison. DuBois now on the back bumper of Tollison for the 5th and final transfer spot. See how desperate the D55 wants to be here in the final 2.5 laps. 2 laps to go this time. Joshua Daughtery still in control. Clint Shirtless extended his advantage over Lee Carver for the 2nd spot, as the best battle is the battle for the 5th and final spot. As here comes Dalton DuBois applying the pressure to the J8 of TJ Tollison as the white flag's about to wave for Daughtery. Here comes Dalton DuBois to the inside. He's going to pull the trigger on Tollison. DuBois edges ahead, coming out of 4. He's going to sail up just a little bit. He's got a car length advantage at the white flag. How will Tollison respond as he drives it in deep? But DuBois has the momentum. So now in the back straightaway for the final time. He's going to win C main number 1. Josh Daughtery out of Bossier City, Louisiana wins it. Clint Shirtless 2nd. Lee Carver is 3rd. Mike Wells 4th. And Dalton DuBois will get the final spot into the B main. And the night will be over for the 6th place TJ Tollison in the factory stock division. He'll compete in the modifieds later. 7th is James Chaney. 8th, Travis Bowden. 9th is Logan Gordon. 10th, Dean Rasco. 11th, Patrick Derman. And 12th is Lee Patton. And the night will end for all of those drivers in the factory stock division, barring the 4 potential provisionals for later on tonight in the A main. So taking the 5th and final transfer spot, that's Dalton DuBois. He started 6th. The 4th transfer spot will go to the 38 of Mike Wells. He started 5th. 3rd goes to the 42 of Lee Carver from 9th. 2nd to the 54X of Clint Shirtlift. He started 11th. And taking the win from the 3rd place starting spot, the 34 Junior of Josh Daughtery. Here comes C main number 2 for the USRA factory stocks. On the pole out of Texarkana, Texas, and the Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars number 00B, it's Brandon Brown. And to his outside, out of Huffman, Texas, in the DAF Chassis FCA Motorsports 5.7 Designs number 41, that's Dylan Alasco. Inside of row number 2 out of Falk, Arkansas, the Pro 1 Transmissions number 25, that's Gary Harvin. And to his outside, out of Provençal, Louisiana, it's going to be the Sabine Speedway Outlaw race car number 23 of Daniel Jones. Not seeing Jones on the Speedway. Inside of row number 3, it's the 2011 Cajun Classic champion. It's Doug Vick Jr. in the 4V out of Vivian in the Vic's Paint and Body number 4V. To his outside, out of Edgewood, Texas, in the Patriot Racing RaceOnTexas.com Outlaw Race Cars number 13, it's Jeff Hammett. Inside of row number 4, out of Alvarado, Texas, in the Southwest Cutters Texas Star Concrete Powers Race Cars number 81, it's Jeff Hauser. To the outside of Hauser, out of Minden, Louisiana, it's going to be the 7C of Chris Burrows. Inside of row number 5, out of Marshall, Texas, in the MRP Chassis More Racing Engines Mo Power Transmissions number 2M, it's Forrest Moore. To his outside, the Boyd Raceway 2022 Factory Stock Champion. That's the 00W, sponsored by Ashburn and Fisher Construction, Sassy Cassie Sweets and Treats, and Hitman Designs. That's Chris Wolf. Landon Rogers in the FOUR. Austin Hale in 13X. Devin Crudoff in the 6. Shelby Ward in 50. Stoney Dubois in 1. And Nicholas Kirby in the 2K. We're going green. 12 laps. Top 5 transfer from C main number 2. Good start from Brown as he's going to slide up in front of the 41 of Velasco. Track starting to take shape as they go nearly 3 wide. As the top 5 start to break away, Wolf sitting in the 6th spot, 1 spot out right now. Coming out of turn number 4, leading lap number 1 is going to be Brandon Brown, followed by Gary Harvin. Dylan Alasko has 3rd, Jeff Hauser has 4th, and Jeff Hammett has the 5th and final transfer spot right now as a big bobble for the 00 of Brown. Alasko gets a big run as well as Hauser takes 2nd away from Alasko and the 25 of Harvin. And here comes Jeff Hauser to the inside for the race lead. Regular at the Kennedale Speedway Park, he's trying to charge to the front as the 00B of Brown may be having some power issues as he keeps bobbling coming out of turn number 2. Caution flag is going to wave as the 2K of Nick Kirby facing the wrong direction. Looks as if the 13 of Jeff Hammett may have slid through some fluid up there in turns 3 and 4 as he just slid off the edge of the speedway. And now he'll rejoin us through the staging lane. The 13 of Hammett should get his spot back due to the caution being on the 2K of Kirby. So 2 laps down, 10 laps to go here in C main number 2 of the factory stocks. Just like the first one, all 4 of these C mains, I should say, the top 5 cars will advance to compete further on into the racing action tonight. As Brandon Brown has the race lead right now, we've seen him push over in turns number 2 twice, as Jeff Hauser was right there ready to pounce when the caution flag came out. Nevertheless, Hauser's already worked his way from 7th to 2nd. So the 81 showing a lot of speed here early in C main number 2. So it's Brown, Hauser, Alasko, Harvin, and Hammett, your top 5 cars right now. Wolf's 1 spot out. Devin Crudoff has worked his way through the field, started 13th, and he sits 7th, 2 spots out of a C main spot. As the lights will go down and we'll go green for 10 more laps of C main number 2 for the USRA factory stocks. Great restart from Hauser as it looks as if Alasko may have spun the tires. As here comes Jeff Hauser to the inside of the race leader, Brandon Brown. Hammett gets around Harvin as that puts Harvin to the 5th spot. Devin Crudoff now takes 6th. How about the run from Devin Crudoff early here in C main number 2? As at the line this time, Brown still leads, followed by Hauser, Alasko, and Hammett, with Harvin sitting in the final spot right now of the top 5. Crudoff's going to get in a little heavy and get into Harvin. Going to stay moving, will stay green, but that's going to cost Devin Crudoff about 4 spots as he's relegated from 6th to 10th. But he'll have about 8 laps to go this time. Brown leads, still followed by Hauser, Alasko, and Hammett, as those 4 cars have distanced themselves away from the 5th place car of Gary Harvin, and they're content to leave him on the bubble, with Chris Wolf trying to chase him down in the 00W. Brown continues to lead as the top 4 still running single file, as Wolf's closing in on the 25 of Harvin for the 5th and final transfer spot in this one. Chris Burrow sitting 2 spots out right now in the 7, as Doug Vick Jr. goes side by side with Austin Hale down the back straightaway. We'll see if the 2011 champion can work his way back into this feature once again, as here comes Hauser to the inside of Brown for the race lead. Devin Krudoff going to put the move back on Doug Vick Jr., working his way into the 8th place spot. Once again, the top 4 still distancing themselves away, as Brown and the 81 of Hauser continue to battle. Hauser's got a better line this time. Here comes Hauser to the inside. Good run from Brown off of turn number 2, and he's going to extend a little bit of an advantage down the back straightaway. Brown, Hauser, Alasko, Hammett, and Harvin still your top 5, as Harvin now has his hands full with Wolf, as Burrows and Krudoff trying to catch up to them with the laps winding down. Here comes Hauser to the inside, going to make slight contact with Brown after a push coming out of 2. It's like both of those cars able to continue from that. Doesn't look like any damage that is too significant, as Brown continues to lead. Hauser's all over the back bumper, as Hammett's putting the bumper to the 41 of Alasko. Every spot in these C mains is so pivotal. Transfers to about 2 spots per B main in starting position, and puts you 1 row closer to making the A main later tonight. 2 laps to go this time for Brown, and here comes Hauser. Hauser to the inside. Brown's going to slide down in front, take away the line. As the final spot is being contested right now, here comes Chris Wolf to the inside of the 25 of Gary Harvin, as the white flag's going to wave for the top 4. Hauser to the inside of Brown once again, and they're going to go door to door. Heavy contact that time, as Brown tried to close the door again, but Hauser had already forced it open. Hauser takes the race lead. Down the back straightaway, Brown's in 2nd, Alasko's 3rd, Hammett is 4th, and the 5th and final transfer spot still has to be decided between Harvin and Wolf. Hauser's going to win it. Alasko takes 2nd. Brown is 3rd, Hammett's 4th, and coming to the checker, the 5th and final spot will go to the 00W of Chris Wolf. Gary Harvin is 6th, Chris Burrows 7th, Devin Krudoff 8th, Doug Vick Jr. is 9th, Landon Rogers is 10th, Austin Hale 11th, and Forrest Moore will be 12th. So a few drivers explain their displeasantries there, as Gary Harvin and Chris Wolf battled for the 5th and final spot. Wolf took it away. So here comes C main number 3 for the USRA factory stocks. On the pole out of Shreveport, Louisiana. In the affordable cleaning team, Hitman Designs, Jeff's Racing Products number 00V, it's David Vosbury. And to his outside, another youngster who's parked right next to him in the pit area. Out of Marshall, Texas. In the Rick 6 Power, Rollo's Auto Sales, Hennigan Race Cars number 22, it's Dustin Hennigan. Inside of row number 2, out of West Monroe, Louisiana, in the Floor Works, Bobby's Body Shop Outlaw Race Cars number 125, that's Lou Lyles. To his outside, out of Minden, Louisiana, the Hunter's Body Shop, Chad's Auto and Exhaust number 53 of Hayden Brown. Inside of row number 3, out of 7 Points, Texas. In the White Horse Tuning and Dyno, Valerie Baum, the Racers Realtor sponsored PDI Motorsports number 197. It's Gary Peanut Fitch. To his outside, out of Sabine, Texas, driving behind Taylor Clinton's machine this weekend, In the Hickey Motorsports EMP Services WCH Racing Engines number 28C, it's TJ Evans. Inside of row number 4, in the Turner Motorsports Laser Race Car number 175, it's Michael Turner. And to his outside, out of Shreveport, Louisiana, the Laser Race Car number 82 is Brian Grosjean. Inside of row number 5, out of Shreveport, Louisiana, and the Affordable Cleaning Team, bodies by CJ, number 58, that is Tiffany Welch. To her outside, scheduled to be the 54H of JP Powers in the Sobe King Car Wash Panel Trust sponsored number 54H. Eric Franklin in the 2.5 chassis number 53. To his outside, Philip Turner in the Carver race car number 18. Austin Turner going to turn towards the infield in his Carver race car number 15. It looks like his night's going to end before it could even get started. Inside of row number 7, it's going to be Toby Davis driving in the 21D. To his outside, Chad Ince out of Forney, Texas in the Rad Rides number 75. And making his appearance tonight, did not race last night. It is the Mike Parker Memorial Champion, Cody Myers in the Twin City Towing Crawfish Time. Lexus sponsored number 55M. See if Myers can work his way from the tail. Top 5 will transfer here in C-Main number 3 for the USRA factory stocks. Vosbury and Hennigan, a pair of youngsters, going to get us started in this one. Great original start for Vosbury as Hennigan not getting the jump he wanted there on the outside. Here comes Lou Lyles to the inside as JP Powers is facing the wrong direction on the front straightaway. He'll keep moving. Just the second time ever racing for that youngster. It's the grandson of Donnie Powers there in the 54H. As Vosbury leads lap number 1. Hennigan second, Lyles is third, Fitch has fourth. And at the line, Brown had fifth. Over the 175 of Turner as a pair of Minden drivers battle side by side for the 5th and final spot right now. Michael Turner going to edge ahead of Hayden Brown and put himself into the 5th and final spot right now. Big push from Eric Franklin and open up the door for Chad Ince and Cody Myers as those two drivers trying to work their way through the field. So right now, Vosbury leads out front. Here comes Lou Lyles to the inside of Dustin Hennigan. He's going to slide up and take the second spot away from the 22. Gary Fitch has 4th, and 5th right now is the 175 of Michael Turner. Here comes Turner to the inside of Fitch. He's going to push, open up the door for TJ Evans to get a run. As Cody Myers works his way to the inside of Chad Ince down the back straightaway for the 8th spot. Myers to the inside of Ince. He'll take it away. And Hayden Brown slipping quickly in the 53 machine. As they get bottled up by JP Powers, as Fitch going to get around. Turner gets around him now, and here comes TJ Evans. Vosbury way out front. Lyles has 2nd. Hennigan's in 3rd. Fitch has 4th, with here comes Turner to his inside. Michael Turner to the inside of Gary Fitch for the 4th spot. Slight contact, and here comes TJ Evans. And that will put Fitch to the bubble. Evans and Turner get by Fitch, and here comes Myers as he's going to come after him for the 6th spot. Evans and Turner leaning on each other as they both run 4th and 5th right now. Both have a transfer spot. But here comes the 55M of Cody Myers. Myers to the outside of Gary Fitch. He'll take 6th. As problems for Philip Turner, the 18, his weekend will come to a close as he pulls off the Speedway. The 00 of David Vosbury has been tracked down by the 125 of Lou Lyles, and here comes Lou Lyles to the inside. Dustin Hennigan still rides in 3rd. TJ Evans has 4th. And the battle for 5th begins between Michael Turner and Cody Myers. Myers to the inside. Can't get him this time. Michael Turner still has the 5th and final transfer spot. As the laps begin to wind down here in C-Main number 3. As Vosbury still leads, they're going to lap Powers once again. And Vosbury leads, followed by Lyles. Here comes TJ Evans as he's closing in on the 22 of Dustin Hennigan. 3 laps to go this time. Myers closing in once again on the 175 of Michael Turner, but he's going to have to make a move, and he's got 2.5 laps to do it. 2 laps to go this time for Vosbury and Lyles as cars 3 through 6 still on the back straightaway. They'll see 2 to go this time. Hennigan beats Evans to the line. with Turner still in the fifth and final spot. Here comes Myers to his inside. They're going to lean on each other a little bit. We're racing for $5,000 here tonight as the white flag waves for David Vosbury. Vosbury and Lyles setting sail. And they may be done dealing with slower cars right now as Hennigan trying to hold off the 28C of TJ Evans. Can Cody Myers make the final move that he needs? Checkered flag will wave for David Vosbury. He'll win C-Main number 3. Lou Lyles is second in 125. Down the back straightaway, here comes Cody Myers to the outside of Michael Turner. Does he have enough? And no, he won't. Hennigan's third, TJ Evans fourth, and Michael Turner finishes fifth. Cody Myers sixth. Seventh will go to Chad Ince. Eighth is Hayden Brown. Ninth, Gary Fitch. 10th is Toby Davis. 11th, Eric Franklin. 12th is Tiffany Welch. And 13th is JP Powers. And here comes the fourth and final C-Main of the night for the USRA Factory Stocks. On the pole out of Marshall, Texas in the Battle Wagon race car number J27, it's Scotty Case. To his outside out of Eagletown, Oklahoma, in the Best Engines Carver race car number 51D, it's Daniel Lamphere. Inside of row number 2 out of Manny, Louisiana, in the Best Engines Outlaw race car Sabine Speedway sponsored Club 21, it's Bubba Jones. And to his outside, out of Burleson, Texas, in the Pit Stop Cafe, Performance Transmissions Diamond Pools number 54R, it's Brett McMillan. Inside of row number 3, in the Briscoe Windows Outlaw Race Cars number 7X, that's Andrew Rossum. And to his outside, out of Texarkana, Texas, Racing Roy behind the wheel of the Texarkana Emergency Center number 35. Inside of row number 4, the Nortex Outlaw Race Cars number 17, that is Derek Miller. And to his outside, the ASAF Construction number 33 of Robert Graham. On the inside of the 5th row, out of Hooks, Texas, that's Austin Waters in the 69X. And to his outside is going to be Josh Milliken in the 74 out of Marshall. Randall Thompson in the 3 machine out of Bossier City, Louisiana. And to his outside, the ASAF Construction number 22G of Robert Graham Jr. Jamie Crudoff in the D27 Crudoff race car, and Chris Taylor not making the call tonight in the 34. So we'll have 13 cars competing for the final 5 spots in the B main tonight, as Case going to lead us to the green alongside Lamphere. Here we go, 12 laps, top 5 advance as Case and Lamphere go side by side for the race lead. Here comes Bubba Jones. Jones going to slide up in front of Brett McMillan, take away the 3rd spot. Now he'll take 2nd away from Lamphere down the back straightaway, and here he comes after Case. As the 5th spot is currently held by the 7X of Andrew Rossum, Bubba Jones going to take the race lead. Jones takes the lead over Case. Here comes McMillan to the inside of Scotty Case for 2nd. Lamphere has 4th, 5th belongs to the 7X of Rossum. And here comes Austin Waters in the 69X. Brett McMillan to the inside of Scotty Case for the 2nd spot. He'll take it away. 2 laps in, 10 to go for Bubba Jones. Jones, McMillan, Case, Lamphere, and Rossum, your top 5. Followed by the 69X of Waters, the 35 of Roy, the 22G of Graham Jr., the 17 of Miller, and the 33 of Graham Sr. round out your top 10 right now. Milliken, Thompson, and Crudoff round out the field as Scotty Case going to get sideways, and he'll go through the infield, and that will give the 5th and final spot right now to Waters. But now here comes Robert Graham Jr. to his outside. Robert Graham Jr. to the top side, Racing Roy on his bumper as the action's heating up for the 5th and final transfer spot here in the final C-Main of the night. As Jones and McMillan have left the field, Scotty Case's night going to come to a close. As he's pulling off the speedway, he'll be a strong possibility for the track provisional, as I believe he has perfect attendance here this year. 3rd place down the back straightaway is the 51D of Lamphere. Here comes Andrew Rossum to his outside, making his return to the factory stock ranks this weekend. Slight push from Lamphere, and that will open up the door for the 7X of Rossum. Rossum takes third. Waters hits fifth. Waters still sitting fifth with Graham Jr. right there in sixth, trying to work the top side of the speedway and work up some momentum as we got 6 laps to go this time as McMillan takes the lead away from Bubba Jones. McMillan leads. Jones is second. Rossum has third. Waters takes fourth, and that will put Lamphere to fifth. Racing Roy going to push there as he's battling for sixth and fifth, trying to extend his weekend. McMillan still leads with 5 to go as the Club 21 of Bubba Jones trying to stay with him. Andrew Rossum rides in the third spot in the former Mike Parker-owned car, Dalen Briscoe's car, as he's hired the 7X this weekend out to Andrew Rossum. Austin Waters driving in the fourth spot in what is typically Brandon Preer's number 69X, as now the battle reignites for the fifth spot. As here comes Robert Graham Jr. to the inside of Daniel Lamphere. Lamphere still had the edge at the line with 4 to go. Racing Roy wants those cars to continue battling, perhaps wants them to collide, as down the back straightaway, Robert Graham Jr. going to take the fifth and final spot with 3 laps to go this time. As Lamphere rides in 6th, Roy has 7th, Miller has 8th, Graham Sr. in 9th, Milliken in 10th. As McMillan and Jones see 2 to go this time. Here comes Rossum, here comes Waters, and Graham Jr. as there are no battles in the top 5 right now. As here comes McMillan, he's going to see the white flag, trying to book his ticket into the B main number 2 later on tonight. So Brett McMillan, one of the strongest competitors at the Kennedale Speedway Park all year long, and he's worked his way around the promoter at the Sabine Speedway, the Club 21 of Bubba Jones, as those two will be 1-2 here in C main number 4. McMillan wins it, Jones is second. Coming out of 4, going to take the third spot, Andrew Rossum's third. Fourth goes to Austin Waters, and fifth will be Robert Graham Jr. Daniel Lamphere is 6th, Racing Roy 7th. Robert Graham Sr. will be 8th, Josh Milliken 9th, and 10th will be Derek Miller in the 17. So that will conclude C main number 4, and we have our 20 advancing cars from the C mains to the Bs, as those races will take occurrence here later tonight, as we're about to do some modified heat races as well as 4-cylinder heat races. So here comes heat race number 1 for the USRA Modifieds. That's the Genuine RV USRA Modifieds here at the Arklatex Speedway on the pole out of Henderson, Texas. In the Transmissions Unlimited, Soapy King Car Wash number 2S, that's Steven Gaddis. And it is outside, currently sits second in USRA national points. In the Pomeroy Services, Empire Energy, Rick Lowry Taxidermy number 7X out of Urbana, Missouri, it's Dylan McCowan. Inside of row number 2, it's going to be Gary Christian in the 58X. To his outside, Jason Ingalls in the IRP race car. Brand new chassis here for IRP. It's an OS2. Brand new chassis for Jason Ingalls, debuting it tonight as well as last night in that 12, the white and blue 1-3 design sponsored number 12. Inside of row number 3, it's going to be the 16 out of Marshall, Texas, the Rollos Lubinato Southern Roofing number 16 of Chris Hennigan, and to his outside. Out of Falk, Arkansas, in the 1-3 designs, Charlie Williams Painting Pro 1 Transmissions number 24M, it's Manuel Williams the second. Inside of row number 4, out of Diana, Texas, in the Transmissions Unlimited Big Texas Auto Parts number 7, it's Sean Gaddis, and to his outside. Out of Salina, Oklahoma, in the Piggin' Out Kate's Recycling Hughes Motorsports number 712, it's Trevor Hughes. Race fans, this is just about as stacked as a USRA modified heat race that you can find tonight, as we have the drivers who finished second, third, 5th, 6th, and 7th last night's feature, all in this heat race. So once again, it's going to be Gaddis, McCowan, Christian, Ingalls, Hennigan, Williams, Gaddis, and Hughes. Your 8 cars here for heat race number 1 of the USRA Modifieds. And Dylan McCowan going to lead us to the green of heat race number 1 for the Genuine RV USRA Modifieds. And we are underway at the land of the 3 wide for USRA Modified action. McCowan's going to take the early race advantage. Ingalls going to try to follow him to the top side. That doesn't work as Manuel Williams the second hops over the top of turns 1 and 2. Looks like there's a problem on the 24M machine, as that will bring out a caution flag here in heat race number 1. Williams the second, and he will go to the tail of heat race number 1. As no laps complete, we'll go for an original restart with Williams at the back. So we actually got 1 lap completed. We'll have 1 lap down, 7 to go here at heat race number 1 of the USRA Modifieds. So right out front right now, ran second last night after leading 19 laps before Bo Day stole it on the last lap. That's Dylan McCowan. The youngster came down from Urbana, Missouri, as he's chasing USRA national points, sitting second in the national points, set about 30 points behind Tyler Davis last night out of Wichita, Kansas. There were rumors through the pits today that Tyler Davis would show up, but that did not happen, as Davis ran at Tulsa Speedway last night, had a DNF, so McCowan probably gained a few points on him, but the points come out monthly, so hard to tell how many points exactly McCowan gained last night. And we'll go back to the green flag. Hennigan's going to get relegated a few spots by Ingalls and Hughes, as Trevor Hughes had one of the strongest cars last night, going 9th to 3rd in the A main. So McCowan leads, followed by Christian, Ingalls, Hughes, and Gaddis. Hennigan rides 6th, Williams is 7th, and Gaddis rounds out your 8-car field. Here comes Trevor Hughes to the inside of Jason Ingalls. Trevor Hughes going to take away the 3rd spot as McCowan still leads, followed by Gary Christian. Christian, a very accomplished driver here in the south of Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, and Louisiana. Former super late model driver with the SUPR, Southern United Professional Racing Series. As Chris Hennigan going to pull off the back straightaway, he's got problems. Here comes Trevor Hughes to the inside of Christian. As McCowan's still out front, we'll see if Hughes can track him down with 3 laps to go. Hughes takes the 2nd spot. Christian has 3rd, Ingalls has 4th, Gaddis has 5th. Williams in 6th, Gaddis in 7th, and Hennigan will be 8th as he's already left the speedway. 2 laps to go this time for McCowan. So Trevor Hughes in the 712, that is the son of the multi-time USMTS winner and USMTS champion Jason Hughes, as they're racing in honor of Leon Ramirez this year. As McCowan sees the white flag first, Hughes gets there 2nd. Christian, Ingalls, and Gaddis round out your top 5 with 1 circuit remaining. Christian's going to sail way high out of the lane, and here comes Ingalls down the back straightaway to challenge for 3rd, as McCowan's going to win it. Hughes is 2nd. 3rd's going to be a close one at the line, as here comes Ingalls to the inside. Christian's going to get it. Ingalls will finish 4th. 5th is Sean Gaddis. 6th, Manuel Williams the 2nd. And 7th, Stephen Gaddis. So with passing points always being the system used here at the Arclotech Speedway, Gary Christian goes third to third. Trevor Hughes started 8th. He finishes 2nd. And Dylan McCowan takes the win from 2nd. So the high point guy from heat race number 1 should be Trevor Hughes in the 712. We'll see what he can do tonight after starting 9th last night, finishing 3rd. We'll see how he does without having to start so far back in the field. Here comes heat race number 2 for the USRA Modifieds. On the pole, it's going to be the car that was formerly driven by Grant Younghans. Number 2, a giant USMTS race honoring him every year. That's Denny Guyber driving behind the 18 out of Frankston, Texas. To his outside out of Henderson, Texas in the Soapy King Car Wash Panel Trust Genuine RV sponsored number 6. That's Donnie Powers. Inside of row number 2 out of Falk, Arkansas. And the Pro 1 Transmissions 1-3 Designs number 24. That's Manuel Williams Sr. And to his outside out of Houghton, Louisiana. And the pigging out Hughes Motorsports Murphy's Oil Cates Recycling number 12. It's John Williams. To the inside of row number 3, last night's winner out of Greenville, Texas in the BD4 Racing, K. Dillard Racing number 4, it's Bo Day. To the outside of Day out of Longview, Texas in the JCT Auto Sales 1-3 Designs IRP Race Cars number 52, it's Justin Ingalls. Inside of row number 4, out of Diana, Texas in the Big Texas Auto Parts TNT Pick Apart Transmissions Unlimited number 12T, it's Tyler Townsend. To the outside of Townsend out of Diana, Texas in the Big Texas Auto Parts Transmissions Unlimited Genuine RV sponsor number 2G, it's Kenny Gaddis. Kevin Peters also listed on this lineup. Not sure if he was in the pits tonight. I don't believe I saw the 21. Regardless, Kevin Peters is sponsored by Red Hot Coil Tubing as he competed with us last night. I think he broke something that may have kept him from competing again tonight. And it looks like the 24 of Manuel Williams Sr. going to elect to start at the rear. That will move Bo Day into row number 2 as Guyber and Powers going to get us started here in heat race number 2 for the USRA Modifieds. Good start from Guyber, better start from Day as here comes Bo Day. He shoots to the second spot as Townsend's trying to follow him on the inside. Caution flag waves. Guest flagman here this weekend, Kevin Fry, not liking the start between Guyber and Powers. Wants a little bit more even start coming out of turn 4, so we're going to try it again. Lights are out. We're going to try it again with Guyber and Powers. See if we can get a better even start this time. Look to be the same results this time as Guyber takes the lead. And he's going to open up the bottom for Bo Day. Here comes Bo Day for the race lead. Guyber going to power back to the outside and lead down the back straightaway. Townsend and Powers go side by side for third down the back straightaway as Day goes side by side with Guyber for the race lead. At the line, lap number 1 is led by Denny Guyber. Guyber and Day putting on a show here in heat race number 2. Day working the inside, Guyber working the outside. Just enough momentum on the outside for Guyber to stay ahead right now. That's Kenny Gaddis working on the top side of the speedway. He's going to take 4th away from Donnie Powers as Gaddis started in the 8th place spot trying to match Trevor Hughes' run perhaps. Bo Day going to edge ahead down the back straightaway, and Guyber gets on the brakes, and that will open up the door for Bo Day. The last night's feature winner looking to win heat race number 2 tonight in the USRA Modifieds as they're competing for $1,500 to win tonight. Guyber runs 2nd, Townsend has 3rd, Kenny Gaddis in 4th, Donnie Powers is 5th, John Williams 6th, 7th is Manuel Williams Sr., and 8th is Justin Ingalls. As we're halfway down, 4 more laps to go for the modified heat race number 2. As here comes Tyler Townsend as he's closing in on the 18 of Denny Guyber. Those two guys have raced each other very frequently throughout the last 10 years or so in the modified ranks. As smoke starting to come out of the 24 of Manuel Williams Sr. As there's going to be 2 laps to go this time for Baudet. Here comes Townsend in the inside of Guyber. Townsend and Guyber side by side at the line. Denny still got second. Here comes the 2G of Kenny Gaddis, hoping those cars continue to battle, trying to catch him. Guyber still holding a slight advantage over the 12T of Townsend down the back straightaway as the white flag waves for Baudet. Guyber still has second, Townsend still third. Gaddis is fourth, and Powers has fifth. Down the back straightaway for the final time, Baudet will win heat race number 2 of the Genuine RV USRA Modifieds. Second's going to be close at the line as here comes Guyber on the top. Townsend's got it. Guyber's third, fourth goes to Kenny Gaddis, and fifth will be Donnie Powers. Sixth, Manuel Williams Sr. Seventh is Justin Ingalls. As it appears we lost the 12 of John Williams before the conclusion of that one. So finishing third will be the 18 of Denny Guyber from the pole position. Second goes to Tyler Townsend from 7th. And taking the win from the 5th place starting spot, Baudet in the 4 out of Greenville, Texas. Here comes heat race number 3. In the Burris Construction IRP race car, number 5X, that's Danny Veal. He'll start from the pole on heat race number 3. To his outside, out of Sabine, Texas, in the TQC sponsored, Southern Roofing sponsor number 4S, that's Taylor Bowes. Inside of row number 2, the top points man in the USRA Limited Modifieds. He'll start on the pole of a B main later tonight. That's the Teal Jai sponsored number 18J of Jake Huckabee. To his outside, the Charlie Williams Painting 1-3 Designs Pro 1 Transmissions number 24W of Mason Williams. Inside of row number 3, out of Shreveport, Louisiana, in the Settle Motorsports Larry Shaw chassis, number 79, that's Randall Settle. To his outside, out of Texarkana, Texas, in the Genuine RV IRP race car sponsored number 8T, it's Dustin Tater Hyde. And on the inside of row number 4, out of Bevins, Texas, the Hustling Hobo Motorsports Hip and Design sponsored 38T, that's TJ Tollison. And to his outside, out of Jaru, Louisiana, the 211 sponsored by Delta Coating and Lining Transmission Service Connection, that's the 211 of Richie Ginn. The final car on the Speedway, that's the Booz Transmissions number 1 of John Beckett out of Texarkana, Texas. 9 cars making a call for the 3rd and final heat race of the USRA Modifieds. So Veal and Bowes going to lead us to the green flag in the 3rd and final heat race of the Panel Trust Genuine RV sponsored USRA Modifieds, as Veal's going to get the early race advantage. Huckabee takes second. As Taylor Bowes just now bought that modified from TJ Steele and trying to get used to the differences between the USRA Limited and the USRA Modified as Veal leads lap number 1, followed by Huckabee. Bowes, Settle, and Hyde, your top 5 after one circuit around the Arklatex Speedway. Here comes Dustin Hyde to the outside of Randall Settle. They'll go door to door for the 4th spot as Huckabee's trying to chase down Veal. Big move from Hyde as he got a giant run there. Shoots around Settle and ends up in the back of Bowes. Both cars able to continue. Here comes Hyde. He's going to fly around Bowes for the 3rd spot. Can Tater track down Veal and Huckabee? The car's running 1 and 2 right now. Bowes rides in the 4th spot. Richie Ginn takes the 5th spot away from the 79 of Randall Settle. As Dustin Tater Hyde showing a lot of speed down the back straightaway there in the 8T as he's catching up quickly to the cars that are running 1 and 2. Here he comes after Huckabee. Those two parked next to each other in the pit area, helping each other out all weekend. As here comes Richie Ginn coming after Taylor Bowes for the 4th spot. Hyde gonna throw it to the top, try to find a way around Huckabee. As Ginn throws a slider on Bowes for the 4th spot. Settle round ride 6th. 7th is Tollison, 8th is Mason Williams, and 9th is John Beckett. Here comes Dustin Tater Hyde to the inside of Jake Huckabee. He'll take second with 2 laps to go. Can Tater win it from 6th? Here he comes after Danny Veal. Danny Veal's made 2 starts here before at the Arklatek Speedway. Came over an Arms Modified race about 2 weeks ago. And here comes Dustin Tater Hyde as the white flag waves for Veal. Veal beats him to the line this time. Veal and Hyde going at it. A pair of blue cars down the back straightaway. They'll go side by side. Hyde going to extend a slight nose ahead. And here comes Veal. He's going to power to the outside. Try to cross under him. And it's not going to work. Dustin Tater Hyde wins it from 6th. Danny Veal 2nd. Jake Huckabee's 3rd. 4th will go to Richie Ginn. And Taylor Bowes rounds out your top 5 of heat race number 3 of the Genuine RV USRA Modifieds. Race fans, let him hear you. Dustin Tater Hyde puts on a show, 6th to 1st in heat race number 3 of the USRA Modifieds. So here comes heat race 1 of 2 for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders. We got 20 entries tonight. These cars will run 6-lap heat races. Here comes heat race number 1 on the pole in the Hitman Designs Benz AC, number F5 out of Keithville, Louisiana. It's Ben McDuff. To his outside out of Big Sandy, Texas, it's the X of Tommy DeRazzo. Inside of row number 2 out of Amity, Arkansas, it's Ethan Fagan in the 12F, that yellow car down the back straightaway. To his outside out of Ashdown, Arkansas, it's the 11X of Robert Summerall. Inside of row number 3, Jack DuPont in the DuPont Auto Sales Rights Towing, number 06. And to his outside, Amanda Cook in the Hitman Designs, number 21 out of Vivian, Louisiana. Inside of row number 4 out of Benton, Louisiana, the Fast Fix Dent Repair sponsored number 46. That's Jackson Gallagher. To his outside, John Harris in the 00. Austin Marshall in the Hustling Hobo Motorsports number 2 out of Ashdown, Arkansas. And to his outside, it's going to be the Converse Speed Shop TRC race car number 49C of Justin Converse. So we called for 10. We have 9 as McDuff, the pole sitter, not going to make it out. 6 laps the distance. Passing point system here for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders. As Fagan and DeRazzo going to lead us to the green flag here in heat race number 1. DeRazzo going to get the early race advantage. Here comes Summerall to the outside of Fagan. They go side by side momentarily for second. DuPont trying to find a way into that battle. As Converse quickly works his way around 4 cars, the C49. Excuse me, the 49C on the top side of the speedway, that blue and yellow car. So DeRazzo leads. Here comes Summerall. He's the second place car. He's running up on the X for the race lead. As DuPont and Fagan go side by side for third down the back straightaway, with Gallagher rounding out your top 5 right now. Summerall to the inside. He'll take the race lead as DeRazzo sails high. Summerall leads, DeRazzo second. DuPont is third. Fagan has 4th, and here comes the 46 of Gallagher is going to get around Fagan as well as DeRazzo keeps sailing high in the turns. Now Gallagher going to sail high in the turn as Converse gives a shot to the 12F of Fagan. Right now, here comes DuPont after the race leader of Summerall. Summerall leads it, followed by DuPont, Gallagher, Fagan, Converse, and DeRazzo. As here comes Converse to the outside of Fagan. 2 laps to go this time. And DuPont's going to take the race lead. See if Summerall likes that move. He's going to go back to the inside, but DuPont's going to drive away from him. The 06 of Jack DuPont takes the race lead from the 5th place starting spot. As Robert Summerall runs in the 2nd spot, Jackson Gallagher runs 3rd. He started 7th with 1 lap to go. Justin Converse has worked his way from 9th to 4th. And Ethan Fagan has faded from 3rd to 5th. one more lap around the Arclotech Speedway for heat race number 1 of the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders, who were originally scheduled to be racing for $150 to win tonight, and that has now been increased. They're racing for $350 to win tonight, courtesy of Smelly Welding and Fabrication. That's John Smelly as the checkered flag waves on heat race number 1. DuPont wins it, Summerall second. Third goes to Gallagher, fourth is Converse, and Fagan is fifth. So once again, John Smelly with Smelled Welding and Fabrication has added $200 to the winner of the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. They are now racing for $350 to win. So here comes heat race number 2 for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. On the pole, he got the win last night at the Spooky 50 at Super B Speedway. That's Brian Geis in the 10G out of Sibley, Louisiana. To his outside out of Beckville, Texas, it's going to be the 29B of Brandon Herod. Inside of row number 2 out of Blanchard, Louisiana, the Amsoil number 25, that's Hunter Armstrong. To his outside, the Riggett Racing sponsored number 72K, that's Kayla Strom out of New Boston, Texas. Inside of row number 3, it's Madison Gaddis in the Transmissions Unlimited TNT Auto Parts number 2G. And to her outside, out of Karnak, Texas, the 13S, that's Donald Wallace. Inside of row number 4, out of Shreveport, Louisiana, the DuPont Auto Sales Rights Towing Service number 05, that's Luke DuPont. And to his outside, out of Hope, Arkansas, the 10A, that's Chris Bruce. And on the final row, on the inside, out of Bevins, Arkansas, it's the 65 of Jim Jordan. And to his outside, the youngster making his second ever start, the grandson of Kenny Gaddis. He's 11 years old. That's the 3E of Ethan Elmer in the Transmissions Unlimited number 3E. So we called for 10 cars here in heat race number 2 for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders, and we have 10. This will be the final heat race of the night, and we're going straight into B mains after this. So this will be the final heat race of the night. We'll have 2 B mains for the limited modifieds, 2 B mains for the factory stocks, and then we'll have your 4 main events here as part of the 18th annual Genuine RV Cajun Classic to finish up the weekend here at the Arclotech Speedway. Once again, we have one more event here at the Speedway this year. It'll be Thursday, November the 10th, as the Short Track Super Series Big Block Modified Cajun Swing will come here to the Vivian, Louisiana Oval and compete for, I believe, $4,000 to win. As that will be the Short Track Super Series against the Short Track Super Series Cajun region. We expect to have about 30 to 40 big block modifieds here to compete there on a Thursday night during November. And that will be the final race of the year here at the Arclotech Speedway. So lights go out, and we're about to go green for 6 laps on heat race number 2 of the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. Once again, if you're watching on raceontexas.com, we thank you so much for joining us here in the action of the 18th Annual Cajun Classic here at the land of the 3-wide Arklatex Speedway. Again, my name is Colin Bell. I'm the track announcer here. You can find me on Facebook at Colin Bell-Dirt Track Announcer. Send me a message if you're watching on Race on Texas, and I'll see if I have time to get you a shout-out. Let me know where you're watching from and who you're supporting as we're going green here in heat race number 2 for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. Geis and Herod lead us to the green. So Brian Geis, the 2020 Louisiana State Dirt Track champion for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders, as well as the Spooky 50 champion over at Super B Speedway last night. But Herod's going to get the early race lead, and here comes Armstrong after second. Herod leads, Armstrong second, Geis third, Strom is fourth, and Gaddis has fifth after one circuit around the speedway as Wallace gets spun towards the infield. He'll reemerge on the speedway, and we will stay green as Geis has now worked his way back to second. Gets around Armstrong, has found his rhythm, and he's coming after Herod. Here comes Geis to the lead as Herod goes way up the racetrack. Not sure if he may have broke something there in the 29B. As Geis gets the race lead, Armstrong has second. Strom is third, Gaddis is fourth, and DuPont now has the fifth spot. Here comes Madison Gaddis to the inside of Kayla Strom for the third spot down the back straightaway, and Gaddis has the advantage down the back straightaway. 2 laps to go this time for the 10G of Geis. As Geis going to go around Wallace as he approaches Elmer, trying to get around these slower cars as DuPont is now taking the fourth spot away from Strom. Now he comes after third as he's coming after Madison Gaddis. Fifth is now the 65 machine of Jim Jordan. White flag waves for Geis. Armstrong still rides second. Gaddis has third. DuPont is fourth. Jordan's fifth. Strom is sixth. Seventh belongs to Wallace, and eighth is Elmer. As here comes Jim Jordan to the outside of Luke DuPont down the back straightaway. He's going to take fourth away. Contact between DuPont and the 65 as Geis is going to win it. Armstrong finishes second. Third will be Madison Gaddis. Fourth is Jim Jordan in the 65, and fifth will be Kayla Strom in the 72K. So the 65 machine of Jim Jordan there, it looks like he lost a wheel after contact with the 05 and was able to stay on the gas and finish the race. Not sure if he completely lost that wheel or if it's flat, but there is definitely a lean towards the left rear of that 65 machine sitting in the infield. So here comes B-Main number 1 for the USRA Limited Modifieds. The winner of this race will start on the pole of tonight's $3,500 to win Storm Services USRA Limited Modified A Main. So Mark Powell is watching on raceontexas.com. Watching from his boat, he says, go Cade. I believe he's talking about Cade Dillard over at the Super B Speedway as he's competing in the Spooky 50. Lane Durr gives a shout out from the back straightaway. As we're going to get to the lineup of B-Main number 1 for the USRA Limited Modifieds. On the pole out of Texarkana, Texas, won both of his heat races right now as he rolls under the flag stand. That is the Teal Jai Racing, number 18J of Jake Huckabee. To his outside, out of Maybank, Texas. In the Wells Racing Engines Dirt Defender, IRP race car, Muirhead Motorsports, number 22. That's Gregory Muirhead. Inside of row number 3 out of Texarkana, Texas, the Texarkana Emergency Center, number 35. That's Aaron Roy. To his outside, also out of Texarkana, Arkansas, the Custom Coatings number 00 of BJ Moore. Inside of row number 3, the Battery Supply number 00 out of Mooringsport, Louisiana. That's the 00 of J.D. Ammons. To his outside, out of Benton, Louisiana, it's the Benton Bullet of Josh Bauckham and the Easy One Racing Engines Dominator race car number 25. Inside of row number 4, out of Texarkana, Texas, the Hathaway Collision Western Flyer race car number 36. That's Flying Brian Mewborn. And to his outside, out of Tyler, Texas, the Hitman Design sponsored 66 of Dylan Beasley. Inside of row number 5, out of Houghton, Louisiana, it's the Superior Graphics sponsored Arklatex Floors number 1 of John Berry. And to his outside, it's the Outlaw Race Car Dustin Taylor sponsored number 88 of Justin Whitehead. Inside of row number 6, out of Greenville, Texas, in the Quick Latch Pops and Sons County Armory number 20D, it's Rowdy Day. And to his outside, the IRP race car number 81 of Kyle Ingalls. So inside of row number 7, that's Abigail Wilkerson in the 5W Consulting number 4. To her outside, Colton Davis in 21C. Dustin Robnett in the 2R, Timothy Holt in the 42, Jack DuPont in 06, Levi Wilkerson in 7, Gary Hendrickson in 32, Andy Stevens in C5, and Jonathan Sullivan in the 44S. Top 10 cars advance to the A. This is a 20-lap B-Main. B-Main number 1 for the USRA Limited Modifieds. Huckabee and Muirhead going to get us started, as Huckabee's going to get a very early jump, and that's not going to fly here in B-Main number 1. As Colton Davis stays in the gas, sending Kyle Ingalls all the way around. As the caution flag going to wave for a no start. So the race leader of Jake Huckabee stopped on the back straightaway, the 18J. The youngster won both of his heats last night. Couldn't possibly have had a better Friday night performance in the limited modified, as he has stopped on the back straightaway. So hopefully everything's still okay with that 18J machine. As Huckabee going from a dream night last night, and he's got an opportunity to start on the pole of the extremely large race here tonight in the $3,500 to win Storm Services USRA Limited Modified portion of the 18th Annual Cajun Classic. So another shout out once again, Felicia Games and Jason Games watching on the road as they head to Choctaw, Oklahoma. Mr. Gene Humphrey watching from the house tonight. I believe Mr. Gene lives in Saline, Louisiana still, as his nephew Trent Humphrey finished second last night in the Pro Mod division in the 515. So thank you for watching, Mr. Gene. Wish you were here, but definitely appreciate you enjoying the action of the 18th Annual Cajun Classic here. As again, this is the original crown jewel for the factory stocks, the first ever $5,000 to win. They've made 10,000s, they've made 7,500, they've made 15,000s, but nothing's quite like the original, the 18th Annual Cajun Classic here tonight. So we're going to try it again. Huckabee regains the lead. Him and Muirhead going to try to set us green for 20 laps of B-Main number 1 to see who will start on the pole of the feature tonight for $3,500 to win. A little bit choppy, but it's an even one, and we'll go green. Muirhead gets the advantage as they go 3 wide for third between Bauckham, Moore, and Roy. Here comes Josh Baucom on the outside of the 18 of Huckabee. Gregory Muirhead's got the race lead, his IRP race car, as Huckabee still has second. Third is Baucom, fourth is Moore, fifth is Roy. Ammons has 6, Whitehead 7. Mewborn, the uncle, as Justin goes side by side with his uncle Brian Mewborn. Dylan Beasley, and there's a side-by-side battle for the 10th and final spot, which is now held by John Berry alone. Kyle Ingles 11th, Rowdy Day is 12th, Dustin Robnett 13th. As Justin Whitehead gets around the 36 of his uncle Brian. As Gregory Muirhead continues to lead. BJ Moore takes second away from Jake Huckabee in the 18J. As the 35 and 25 battle side by side, that's Baucom and Roy. Whitehead goes to the outside of Ammons as they battle for 6th and 7th, but Ammons still has the spot at the line. Dylan Beasley edges ahead of Rowdy Day, and he has the 10th and final spot right now. Here comes Rowdy Day to the inside of the 66. As Muirhead continues to lead, followed by BJ Moore, Jake Huckabee, the 25 of Josh Baucom, the 35 of Aaron Roy. As smoke coming out of the 66 of Dylan Beasley. Not sure if he's got a tire rub there as his left side door just lifted up. Heavier smoke now from the 66 as he's going to skid in heavy and contact with the 81 machine. And it looks like the engine may have gone on the 66. Actually, after going down the front straightaway, it looks as if there's some suspension issue there in the rear end of the 66 machine of Beasley. As we have 3 cars collided there. So another shout out, the owner of the 7X. He's hired Andrew Rossum this weekend. Dalen Briscoe is watching from Cavanis, Texas. Once again, not quite sure where Cavanis is. I'm assuming it's a parish or suburb of Paris, Texas. As they are watching, the son Max is sick. That's why Andrew's behind the wheel. And thank you for the kind comments, Mr. Dalen. Really wish you were here competing in the Cajun Classic. But I'm sure you'll be over at the SmackDown, the 7th annual SmackDown next week at the Rocket Raceway Park. Practically a twin event to this one, as it's $5,000 to win for the factory stocks. And Byline Surveying put up a nice points bonus, a 10-spot point bonus of the highest 10 combined finishes for the factory stocks between here at the Cajun Classic and over there at Rocket Raceway Park. As Zach Clark will be announcing the 7th annual the 7th annual SmackDown over at the Rocket Raceway Park next week. As Cole Ogden says he's watching from the back straightaway. Cole, I need an explanation. You've been on the lineups all weekend long, yet I haven't seen that brand new, beautiful factory stock. So, Cole, I definitely need an explanation from you because I've said your name multiple times tonight with no racing action. So 6 laps complete, 14 laps to go as the caution flag waved as the 66 of Dylan Beasley headed pit side. And we had to uncollide the 32 of Gary Hendrickson with the 42 of Timothy Holt, along with the 06 of Jack DuPont. As once again, race fans, the top 10 from this B main will advance, and the winner of this race will start on the pole later tonight. An unfortunate shout out here as Chase Hatton and his girlfriend are watching from the hospital in Longview. Mr. Jason Ingalls was telling me a little bit about that earlier, Chase. Happy birthday to her. Very unfortunate scenario there as y'all are having to watch from the hospital. But again, we thank you for enjoying the action here at the Arklatex Speedway. Wish you would have been here last night, Chase. As Erica Vanderslice says that they are watching the 00W of Chris Wolf as we're going back to the green here in B main number 1. Back underway as Muirhead gets an advantage again. Here comes BJ Moore to the inside of Huckabee for second once again as the 35 and the 25 reignite their battle for fourth. Here comes Justin Whitehead in the 88. Whitehead trying to go 3 wide, and he's going to get in the back and block him, and he's going to run out of space there as Colton Davis gets into the 20D of Rowdy Day as they were checking up, and the caution flag will wave. So Cody Wooten is producing our show tonight for Race on Texas as he's shouting out the flagman Kevin Fry up there with a pretty sick looking helmet along with the breast cancer awareness checkered flag of white and pink checkers. So another announcement on Saturday, November the 5th. It'll be the 6th annual Arklatex Racers Swap Meet at 603 Tires Road in Shreveport, Louisiana. That's Mr. Ronnie Humphrey. It's presented by Humphrey Racing. The 6th annual Arklatex Racers Swap Meet, Saturday, November the 5th. Okay, I now have an explanation from Cole Ogden, but I still don't love it. Had to work last night, didn't want to tag the back of a C and trash the car. As we know it is dangerous. Cody Myers tried it tonight, missed by 1 spot, but I don't think he incurred too much damage to the race car. But definitely understand not wanting to start behind 83 other competitors, making it very difficult for yourself. So again, we thank you so much for watching on Race on Texas. My name's Colin Bell. We got Austin Wilkins behind the camera tonight as he films nearly every race at the Boot Hill Speedway. And him and Miss Valerie Wells practically split the camera duties here at the Arklatex Speedway since we've added Race on Texas since the midpoint of the season. As once again, that's Mr. Austin Wilkins filming from behind the camera out of Shreveport, Louisiana. So the caution on the 88 of Justin Whitehead, and he'll go to the tail, and he's going to have to work his butt off to get back to the top 10 here. So did not complete a lap that time. Actually, we did, I should say. 7 laps down now, 13 laps to go. So with 13 laps remaining, your top 10 cars are Gregory Muirhead, Jake Huckabee, BJ Moore, Josh Bogum, Aaron Roy, J.D. Ammons, Brian Mewborn, Dustin Robnett, Rowdy Day, and Kyle Engel sits in the 10th and final transfer spot right now with 13 laps to go. As if you are looking at the live timing and scoring on on My Race Pass, is not picking up the 00 of BJ Moore, who rides second right now. So here is the restart. Anyone watching on Race on Texas, do me a favor and tell BJ, send him a message that his transponder's not picking up. As Muirhead leads, here comes Huckabee. Jake Huckabee going to charge to the outside. It looks like that car may have just came alive. Moore has the third spot as Roy going to try to squeeze to the outside of him. Ran out of room there. Baucom has fifth. You're going to go side by side with Ammons as the caution flag is out for DuPont and Sullivan as those two cars together in turns 3 and 4. So again, we had a few birthday shout-outs from yesterday that I'm going to re-announce. It was Craig Pursley's birthday yesterday, the 56. He races in the factory stock division. Miss Kate Hammett, Jeff Hammett's wife, it was her birthday, as well as Chase Hatton's girlfriend, and as well as my girlfriend, Melissa. Her birthday was yesterday, and she enjoyed it here at the Arklatex Speedway. As well as Miss Kate, she was also here supporting Jeff, and obviously Craig Pursley was here racing on his birthday as he's going to try to cash in on a $5,000 to win Cajun Classic victory here tonight. So 8 laps down, 12 to go as Muirhead's going to lead us back to the green flag, followed by Huckabee and Moore. Here we go as Moore going to try to get the jump on Huckabee on the outside of the speedway. Two very good lines to the speedway right now. As the middle's starting to come in too, as this is the land of the 3 wide. As Muirhead still leads, BJ Moore's got a good run on it. Muirhead has the lead. Moore is second. Third is Huckabee. Fourth is Roy. Fifth is Baucom. As Justin Whitehead's going to exit the speedway, and he will not make this one. J.D. Ammons now has fifth. Baucom is sixth. Seventh is Dustin Robnett. Eighth is Brian Mewborn. Ninth is Rowdy Day. And Kyle Ingles has a 10th and final transfer spot right now as we are approaching the halfway point of this one. And now we are past the halfway point. That's 11 down, 9 to go as Muirhead leads, and here comes BJ Moore. Can BJ Moore steal away the pole position? As J.D. Ammons starting to work his way to the front. One of the strongest competitors at the Mike Parker Memorial. As he's coming after Jake Huckabee for third. Here comes J.D. Ammons down the back straightaway. He's going to take third away from Huckabee. Huckabee's now fourth. Aaron Roy has fifth. Dustin Robnett is sixth. Seventh, Josh Baucom. Eighth is Brian Mewborn. Ninth is Rowdy Day. And 10th is John Barry. Barry and Ingles continue to battle for the 10th and final transfer spot. As here comes BJ Moore on the top side of the speedway. Can't quite squeeze between Muirhead and the wall. Hit him on the bumper. Let him know he's coming on the top side. The 00 and the 22. Continuing a battle for the race lead and the pole of tonight's feature. Here comes Moore to the outside once again, and Muirhead thought about closing the door. Didn't quite close it, but Moore didn't want to force it. He's sitting really well right now. Could start third, could start first, depending on how aggressive he wants to be. May not even be in the show if he overdoes it. As the laps continue to wind down, Muirhead leads out of Maybank, Texas in the IRP race car number 22. Followed by the 00 of, the 00 of BJ Moore. The 00 of J.D. Ammons rides in third. As there are 4 laps to go this time, here comes BJ Moore once again. Moore's going to throw it to the top, try to get the momentum. Can't quite get the momentum down the back straightaway as well as he can the front straightaway. Here he comes at 3 and 4 to the top once again, and he may have the run this time. Here he comes to the outside. Wheel-to-wheel contact, the right rear of Muirhead, the left front of the 00, as BJ Moore has undoubtedly let him know he's there with 2 to go this time. And Levi Wilkerson stopped on the inside of turn number 4 as Moore got the run he needed, and the caution flag will wave, and it will be negated. Caution flag waves for the 5W Consulting number 3 of Levi Wilkerson, just as the 1 of John Berry leaves the Speedway, as he had the final transfer spot for a few laps there, and now he has exited the Speedway. So Brian Hansen is watching from Boyd, Texas, rooting for Chris Wolf, the 00W, the Boyd Speedway track champion, or Boyd Raceway, I believe. Went over to Boyd one time for the IMCA Speed Week a few years back. As I've been trying to make my way to just about every track throughout Texas. I've been to the Big O Speedway, the 105 Speedway, Rocket Raceway Park. They're all brand new for me this year. As well as Super Bowl Speedway. Got to announce the lone race there this year with the Short Track Super Series Cajun region, which was our best race of the year, but of course no filming the one weekend that we had the third place car of Corey Kymig past our points champion of Caleb Dillard and another very strong competitor of Cody Adams, both in the last turn on the last lap, went from third to first to win it. And of course there was no film of it anywhere. As we're about to go back to the green flag with 2 laps to go here in B main number 1 of the USRA Limited Modifieds. Green flag waves and another good start from Moore. Here he comes to the outside. BJ Moore has found the top side of the Speedway, and he's going to try to use it to propel himself to a front row starting spot tonight. They're side by side through 3 and 4. White flag this time, and BJ Moore's going to take the race lead. Here comes Greg Muirhead back to his inside as they battle for the lead. Ammons has 3rd, Roy is 4th. Huckabee's 5th, Rob Nett has 6th, Baucom 7th, Day 8th, Mewborn's 9th as they're side by side for the final transfer as BJ Moore wins it. Muirhead 2nd, Ammons is 3rd. At the line, Hendrickson gets the 10th and final spot. So your 10 advancing cars, BJ Moore, Gregory Muirhead, J.D. Ammons, Aaron Roy, Jake Huckabee, Josh Baucom, the 2R of Dustin Rob Nett, Rowdy Day, Brian Mewborn, and Gary Hendrickson. As my apologies, the scoring not exactly right. A few cars not picking up on the transponders. And there was so much racing action, I couldn't see it all with my own eyes and exactly memorize the top 10. But BJ Moore is going to steal the win from the 22 of Gregory Muirhead, and he will start on the pole later tonight. Here comes B main number 2. On the pole out of Longview, Texas. In the IRP Race Cars Twin City Towing, JCT Auto Sales number 81, it's Ricky Ingalls. To his outside out of Hooks, Texas, the Genuine RV Arclotech Speedway, Vines Construction number 2 of Adam Roy. Inside of row number 2, the Team 5 cam chassis of the F5 out of New Boston, Texas, it's Skeet Amison. To his outside, the Western Flyer Race Car Hadaway Collision, Best Engine sponsor number 36C, that's Connor Mewborn. Inside of row number 3, the 5-Star Builders True Love Law Firm out of number 69 out of Marshall, Texas, it's Derek Grigsby. And to his outside out of Hooks, Texas, it's going to be the Best Engines number 24B of Bailey Turner. Inside of row number 4, the SimpleChurch.tv 23 Junior, that's Cliff Tupper. To his outside, the IRP race car, Mr. Plummer, Mac Tools by Bradley, number 12 of Jason Ingalls. Inside of row number 5, the Mac Tools by Bradley 1-3 design, number C88, that's Carson Bradley. And to his outside, the Rock and Roll Whataburger number 561 is Kevin Simpson. Inside of row number 6, that's Bailey Dosser and the 12 machine. Doster sponsored by Rollins Landscaping, Ben Pool Tree Service, and Double G. That is the 12 of Bailey Doster. To his outside, the Big Days Racing engine number 93. That is David Phillips. Riley Poole in 25, Adam Stevens in 46, David Dowler in the 62, Taylor Bose in the 21 XL, Tracy Corp in 24G, Tim McDonald in 32, Matt Ebarb in the 1, John Smelly in the 55, and Kevin Fowler in the 64, a new arrival tonight. 20 laps, top 10 cars will advance. Who will start on the outside pole for $3,500 to win tonight? Dead even on the start as Ingles goes side by side with Roy. We'll see if Roy can use the top side of the speedway like BJ Moore just did. We know that Connor Mewborn will be up there as we have multiple cars colliding over in turns 1 and 2, and the caution flag will wave. David Phillips, Tracy Corp, and Kevin Fowler stopped as Tim McDonald went over the top of turn number 2 as he reemerges down the back straightaway. As we will have a complete restart here in B-Main number 2 for the USRA Limited Modifieds. As Ricky Ingles and Adam Roy, two of the fastest competitors all year around the Arclitect Speedway here in the Limited Modifieds. So we got another shout out. Chris Wolf has a lot of support as Ashley Gibson's watching from Newark, Texas, which is right next to Boyd, America, she says. Lights are out, and we're going to go back for an original restart. And here we go for B-Main number 2 of the Storm Services USRA Limited Modifieds. Ingles and Roy once again go side by side. Ingles going to get the better start this time as everyone gets through turns 1 and 2 cleanly. 3 wide through the battle for 4th through 6th, as I say, as Grigsby's going to take advantage over Mewborn and Turner. Bailey Turner and Connor Mewborn, that is. As Ricky Ingles leads, Adam Roy has 2nd. Here comes Skeet Amison. Derek Grigsby's 4th. Connor Mewborn is 5th. 6th is Bailey Turner. 7th, Cliff Tupper. 8th, Jason Ingles. 9th is Carson Bradley. And 10th is Kevin Simpson. As Skeet Amison takes away the 2nd spot from Adam Roy. As they roll through 3 and 4, here comes Skeet Amison, just like we saw last night. 2 of the veterans around the Arclitex, 2 of the most legendary racers still racing, of Ricky Ingles and Skeet Amison. As Cliff Tupper goes around, looked like Connor Mewborn might have got a little bit of the contact there. As Mewborn slows as he's exiting the back straightaway. And this may spell trouble for the 36C of Connor Mewborn as he's trying to fight his way to the hot pit. Connor Mewborn rolls to the hot pit. Luckily for him, both of his crews are parked right there. Both his trailers for him and his father, Brian. As we're sure there'll be many hands willing to help out Connor, try to get him back out on the speedway. So once again, another shout out for Chris Wolf, as he appears to be the favorite over at Boyd Raceway. And it looks like all of Boyd is watching on Race on Texas tonight, as Cassandra Rindall wants to shout out Mr. Freeze, the 00W of Chris Wolf. As Wolf will compete later in a B-Main for the factory stocks to try to make it into the 18th annual Cajun Classic. And just as I say it, another one comes in for the 00W. So Chris Wolf, very popular again tonight. Travis Gibson shouts him out from Newark. So we're about to re-rack them, as the 81 of Ricky Ingles is out front and in control of this one, as he's looking to start on the outside pole tonight. As we have 4 laps down, 16 to go here in B-Main number 2. So as we get them back lined up, 4 laps down, 16 laps to go, and we'll go green next time around. So Ricky Ingles, Skeet Amison, Adam Roy, Derek Grigsby, and Cliff Tupper, your top 5 right now, as we're going back to the green flag here in B-Main number 2. As Carson Bradley going to get acquainted with the infield tractor tire. Had a good restart, but just went a little bit too low. As that tractor tire is going to be sticking out a little bit further than it was supposed to, as well, as the caution flag will wave. So we still have 4 laps down, 16 to go. As the top 10 from this race will conclude our 20-car field for the limited modified feature later tonight. Originally announced as $3,000 to win, Austin Storm with Storm Services at an additional $500. So they'll be racing for $3,500 to win tonight. Another shout out, Miranda Ann also shouts out Mr. Freeze, the 00 of Chris Wolf out of Boyd, Texas. As we're trying to get the lineup set, trying to get Tracy Court back 1 row. Trying to get David Dowler and the 24. David Dowler in the 62 and Tracy Corbin in the 24 to switch spots, I believe. As we're going to go green this time by Ricky Ingles going to lead us back to the green. Skeet Amison has second, and Adam Roy sitting in the third spot. 16 laps to go here in B main number 2 for the USRA Limited Modifieds. Here we go. We're back underway as Ingles going to shoot back to the race lead. Adam Roy going to try to battle with Skeet Amison again as they go door to door. 3 wide now with Derek Grigsby for the second spot. Grigsby, Amison, and Roy. 3 wide as Skeet's going to slide up and Roy's going to run out of room. Amison takes second. Roy has third at the line. Grigsby's fourth, and here comes Bailey Turner into fifth. Adam Roy going to charge back to the outside of Derek Grigsby. They go side by side down the back straightaway for third. As Jason Ingles going to try the top side of the speedway now, see if he can make up any ground. Grigsby takes third from Roy that time. Roy is fourth, Turner's fifth. Tupper has sixth, Ingles seventh, Simpson's eighth. Dosser has ninth, and Adam Stevens sitting in the 10th and final transfer spot right now. As David Dowler has spun to the infield, the 62 machine up in smoke, but he is a safe distance away from the speedway and we can stay green. As Ingles continues to lead, followed by Amison, Grigsby, Roy, Turner, Tupper, Ingles, Simpson, Stevens, and Dosser, your top 10 cars now. As Riley Poole sits 1 spot out, Taylor Bowes 2 spots out, and David Phillips is 3 spots out. Those are the 3 cars that are in a position to battle their way into this feature tonight. As Ricky Ingles going to deal with the 24G of Tracy Corp. As we have 10 laps down, 10 laps to go. Nine laps to go this time for Ricky Ingles as Skeet Amison may have made up some ground on him that time. Grigsby still rides in third. Adam Roy sits in the 4th spot. Bailey Turner is 5th. 6th is Cliff Tupper. 7th, Jason Ingles. As Ingles coming after Tupper now for 6th. Kevin Simpson has 8th. Adam Stevens has 9th. And a battle for 10th. Riley Poole takes 10th. As Skeet Amison going to collide with Kevin Fowler. Down the back straightaway, looked like Fowler tried to exit the speedway and came across the nose of the F5, and the caution flag will wave. So once again, a few more shout-outs again for the 00W of Chris Wolf, as he may have the biggest fan club in the country for the factory stocks, as his little buddy Bentley Gibson gives a shout-out to Chris Wolf, the 00W, as well as Macy Gibson says shout-out to Hurricane Chris, send it, bub. So again, a lot of support coming through the camera for the 00W of Chris Wolf tonight. As Kevin Fowler's going to have to be assisted off the speedway. Looked like he tried to exit the speedway and may have came across the nose of the F5 of Amison, as I just caught the end of it as Amison was turning left as Fowler went right. And again, one more shout out again for the 00W of Chris Wolf. That's Lori Vanderslice watching from Kaufman, Texas. So another shout out watching from Washington. JP Wheeler's watching all the way from Washington, supporting Mr. Freeze, the 00W of Chris Wolf. As well as Autumn Hayden also supporting Chris Wolf. As the messages keep coming from the Chris Wolf's fan club. And now Cody Wooten says he's going for the 00 because he just felt left out. Said he's going to jump on the bandwagon with them. Like I said, the 00W out of Boyd, Texas, the Boyd Raceway track champion of Cody Wolf. May not be the fan favorite here at the Speedway, but on the Race on Texas servers, it would appear he is definitely the fan favorite. As of yet to really have any shout-outs for any other drivers tonight. Mark Underwood always gets a lot of shout-outs, but he's not competing here tonight as he had to work this weekend. Would have been behind the wheel of the 125 for Lou Lyles, but had to work, couldn't make it out here to the Arcotech Speedway. So due to the amount of cautions, this one's going to be cut to 15 laps. We'll have 3 laps to go on a single file restart here for B-Main number 2 of the USRA Limited Modifieds. And the factory stock B-Mains are coming up next, and that's the most fun part of these races. These big factory stock races are the B-Mains where everyone's fighting for every inch, and they'll probably be 4 or 5 wide here in about 5 to 6 minutes in the factory stocks. And there it is. A shout out from Joey Pursley, who is watching the 56 of Craig Pursley, as well as Dalton Faulkner and Dylan Alasko, those Houston area racers there in the trio of Daft chassis cars. As we're going back to the green here in B-Main number 2, Tupper may have got a jump there to the inside of Engels as Phillips ends up facing the wrong direction in the infield tractor tire. Old BM3 going to have some more memes here from the Arcotech Speedway, and looks like Phillips is content to stop and cause another caution here in a caution-plagued B-Main number 2 for the Limited Modifieds. Dalen Briscoe gives a shout out to Andrew Rossum driving his car tonight. He says he's the 7X fan club. And Mark Davis from Springtown, Texas, another shout out for Chris Wolf. As we're going to try again, 3 more laps. And B-Main number 2 for the USRA Limited Modifieds. So the lights are out. We're going to go back to the green flag here in B-Main number 2. Try to see if we can conclude this B-Main and set the outside pole sitter. Looks like it's going to be Ricky Engels thus far. Engels, Amison, Grigsby, Roy, Turner, Engels, Tupper, Simpson, Poole, and the 12 of Dosser are your top 10 cars right now, with Taylor Bowe sitting 1 spot out, 2 to go. Engels continues to lead. Amison's trying to stick with him. Doesn't quite have enough power right now. As Engels going to the outside of Turner, trying to steal the top 5. White flag waves for Ricky Engels. Jason Engels will take 5th away from Bailey Turner. As Poole and Dosser battle for 9th and 10th. Not sure if those drivers both know that they're in the show right now, but they're opening up the door for the 21XL of Bose as Ricky Engels is going to win it. Skeet Amison 2nd, Derek Grigsby 3rd, Adam Roy 4th, Jason Engels 5th, Bailey Turner is 6th, Cliff Tupper 7th, Kevin Simpson's 8th, Riley Poole is 9th, and Bailey Dosser gets the 10th and final transfer spot in the Limited Modified B-Main number 2. presented by Storm Services. So Mr. Lane Brashears, I believe I'm saying that right, he works with the F5 of Skeet Amos and crews with him, says that that's 130 years of life between first and second. And actually, Mr. Lane, it's 131 as Mr. Ricky Ingalls just had his 66th birthday, I believe 2 or 3 days ago. So the 66-year-old gets the win, and the 65-year-old runs second. Ricky Ingalls and Skeet Amoson run 1-2 and B main number 2 for the limited modifieds. One more shout out, Holden, one of the biggest fans and supporters of the 00W of Chris Wolf. Thank you for watching on Race on Texas, Holden. And now Gary Smitherman, Mr. Cowcar, going to jump on the train as he's supporting Chris Wolf from Boyd Raceway as well. So I've just concluded that the whole town of Boyd is sitting at a drive-in movie theater or something, all watching Race on Texas, supporting Chris Wolf, excuse me. And now it's time for B-Main 1 of 2 for the USRA Factory Stocks here in the 18th Annual Genuine RV Cajun Classic. As this one will set the inside row for the feature, $5,000 to win. So on the pole out of Texarkana, Texas, and the RaceOnTexas.com, W&W Timber Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars number 36J. That's the 8-time Cajun Classic champion Justin Whitehead. To his outside out of Cut and Shoot, Texas, in the DAF Chassis 5.7 Designs number 27. It's the one-time Cajun Classic champion and the defending champion Dalton Faulkner in the 27. Inside of row number 2, the driver who sits second in USRA National Points out of Jacksonville, Texas. In the Soapy King Car Wash Genuine RV sponsored number 70, it's Kenneth Porkchop Chamberlain. And to his outside out of Provençal, Louisiana. In the Legacy Construction O'Reilly Auto Parts number 15X, it's Dakota Wyatt. Inside of row number 3, out of Colfax, Louisiana, in the J&M Sandblasting Bodies by 88M, number 88M, that is Joshua Martin. And to his outside, out of Minden, Louisiana, in the Calendar Motorsports, Debbie Calendar Realtors, Chad's Auto and Body, number B1, it's Kyle Cummings. Inside of row number 4, out of Gladewater, Texas, in the T-Rays Racing, number 333, that's Cameron Furr, driving for T-Ray Burkett this weekend. And to his outside, the Twin City Towing, Joe Best Powered, number 10X, it's Jason Ingalls, who just finished that Limited B, hopped into the 10X, and he's ready to compete in the factory stocks as Jason's pulling triple duty tonight between the factory, the Limited, and the Modified. Row number 5 on the inside in the Affordable Cleaning Team, Bodies by CJ, number 2H, it's CJ Howell out of Boyce, Louisiana. And to his outside, just got the win in the Limited Modified, the Twin City Towing Harvey Subaru number 81, that's Ricky Ingalls. Inside of row number 6, just coming off of winning C-Main number 1, and the Classic Auto Repair Twin City Towing number 34 Junior, that's Josh Daughtery. To his outside, the 00V. The 00V of David Vosbury. Got the 54X of Clint Shirtliff. Not seeing Shirtliff on the Speedway. To his outside is the 125 of Lou Lyles. And the Floorworks 125. Lee Carver in the Carver Race Cars number 42. To his outside, the 22 of Dustin Hennigan in the Laser Race Cars, Hennigan Race Cars number 22. And on the inside of row number 9, it's Mike Wells in the Roto-Rooter Central Heating and Air number 38. That's Mike Wells. And to his outside, the 28C, that's TJ Evans driving in Taylor Clinton's number 28C. That's Evans driving in the Hickey Motorsports EMP Services WCH Racing Engines number 28C, excuse me. And on the inside of the final row, the Legacy Construction, graphics by Rob Litton, sponsored D55 out of Roebling, Louisiana. It's Dalton DuBois. And to his outside out of Minden, Louisiana. In the Turner Motorsports, Chad's Auto and Exhaust Laser race car number 175. It's Michael Turner out of Minden, Louisiana. So Shirtlift not going to make the call. We'll go green with 19 cars. 10 of them will advance to the A main here tonight for the 18th annual Cajun Classic. We're green in B main number 1. And in fact, we are not going green, as Mr. Kevin Fry, the flagman, did not like the start between Faulkner and Whitehead. So Lane Durr says to shout out T-Ray Burkett because it's his birthday. So the owner of that 333 machine that's being driven by, being driven by Cameron Furr this weekend. The owner of that car, it's T-Ray Burkett's birthday. Happy birthday, T-Ray. Ruth Davis gives another shout out to the 00 of Mr. Freeze from Springtown. And Brantley says, go Mr. Freeze as well. Mark Davis as well as Colin Hurd also shout out the 00W of Chris. And here we go back to the green flag. Justin Whitehead and Dalton Faulkner get us started on B main number 1 as they compete for the pole position tonight. Here comes Kyle Cummings as he's going to stick his nose between Chamberlain and the 15X of Wyatt. Made a better decision there as they're 3 wide now for 4th between Martin Cummings and Wyatt. So Whitehead's out front and in control. The 27F of Faulkner sits in the 2nd spot. Cummings down to take 3rd away from Chamberlain. And Joshua Martin rounds out your top 5 right now. As Lee Carver and Mike Wells simultaneously spin towards the infield. Wells is going to continue. Carver will not. And the caution flag will wave. So that caution flag will be charged to the 42 of Lee Carver. As he's getting out of his car, looks like he's going to have to be assisted off the speedway by the Arklatex Speedway Wrecker Service. So also Tristan and Trenton Small shouting out the 00 of Chris Wolf, said kick some sidewall. As Chris Wolf will start 19th in B main number 2 for the factory stock. So the next race after that, he'll have to pass at least 9 cars if he wants to race tonight for $5,000. So one more shout out. Bessie and Daryl are watching for Chris Wolf as well as we're going back to the green flag. Here we go. Whitehead, Faulkner, and Cummings get us restarted in B main number 1 for the factory stocks. As contact between Dalton Dubois and the 36 of Mike Wells sends Wells around. As he's going to try to make a 5-point turn and keep us moving. And the caution flag will wave. So the 38 machine, the Roto-Rooter sponsored Central Heating and Air, number 38 out of Texarkana, Texas. Mike Wells going to have to be assisted off the speedway. So the D55 of Dalton Dubois is going to be excused from this one after the contact with Mike Wells, forcing the 38 to break. So that will result in a dismissal for the D55 of Dalton Dubois. So we have 2 laps down, 18 laps to go as we're struggling to get the D55 of Dalton Dubois off the speedway. Not sure if he doesn't have the receiver in or if he just doesn't agree with the call. So now we have the 55 of Dubois off the speedway, and we're going to resume here in B-Main number 1 with 18 laps to go. As Justin Whitehead has the lead right now, Dalton Faulkner is second, Kyle Cummings third. 3 of the biggest names in factory stock racing throughout all of the South sitting top 3 right now in B-Main number 1. So Whitehead leads down the back straightaway. Faulkner is second. Here comes Chamberlain to the inside of Cummings as they battle side by side for third. Fifth is a battle between Wyatt and Martin, as Martin's going to get the advantage. Wyatt sits in sixth. Ingalls has seventh. Daughtery has eighth. Ninth is CJ Howell, and 10th is Cameron Furr right now as the TJ Evans and Lou Lyles get collided. And that's going to bring out another caution here in B-Main number 1 of the factory stocks. Another shout out, Joanne Carnes shouts out Chris Wolf watching from Oklahoma. As that caution was charged to the 125 of Lou Lyles, he'll go to the back of this one. As I believe we still only have 2 laps down and 18 laps to go here in B-Main number 1. Excuse me, 3 laps scored, now 17 to go. So it's Whitehead, Faulkner, Cummings, Chamberlain, Martin, Wyatt, Ingalls, Daughtery, Howell, and Furr, your top 10 cars right now. Ingalls, Hennigan, Evans, Turner, and Lyles round out your 15 running cars right now. We're taking 10 of them to the A. Green flag waves once again. Whitehead going to get another really good restart there. As the B1 of Cummings going to get a better one this time as he's trying to battle with Faulkner down the back straightaway. Martin and Chamberlain go side by side for the 4th spot momentarily. Chamberlain's going to get the better run, and he'll stay fourth at the line. As the battle for 10th continues, Cameron Furr battling with the 81 of Ricky Ingalls. Dustin Hennigan sitting right there, 2 spots out. TJ Evans, Michael Turner, and Lou Lyles all sitting on the outside looking in. As we got 15 to go here in B-Main number 1. So Whitehead, Faulkner, and Cummings. Here comes Kyle Cummings to the inside of Dalton Faulkner down the back straightaway. Can't quite make a move just yet as Faulkner's going to get a good run, make a charge at the 36J. So Whitehead, Faulkner, Cummings, Chamberlain, and Martin, your top 5 cars, as the laps continue to wind down here in B-Main number 1. Here comes Cummings to the inside of the 27 of Faulkner, trying to take away the 2nd spot. With 7 laps down, 13 to go. Justin Whitehead still leads, followed by Dalton Faulkner, Kyle Cummings, Kenneth Porkchop Chamberlain, and Joshua Martin, your top 5. Dakota Wyatt rides 6th, 7th is Jason Ingalls, 8th is Josh Daughtery, 9th is CJ Howell, and Ricky Ingalls now has the 10th spot away from Cameron Furr. As here comes Kyle Cummings to the inside of Faulkner for 2nd down the back straightaway. Faulkner going to get the momentum. He'll pull back to his side as we have a few cars spun around. Ingalls and Turner facing the wrong way. They'll stay moving and we'll stay green. As Cummings officially has 2nd at the line this time. Whitehead, Cummings, Faulkner, Chamberlain, and Martin. Now your top 5 as here comes Jason Ingalls working the outside of the Speedway, working to the outside of Wyatt. Now he's coming after Martin for 5th. As we see halfway down this time, 10 laps to go here in B-Main number 1 as Faulkner gets into the front straightaway wall. Jason Ingalls officially breaks into the top 5 now. As Cameron Furr has the 10th and final spot after the mishap for Ricky Ingalls in the 81. So Whitehead, Cummings, and Faulkner as Kyle Cummings is chasing down the 36J of Justin Whitehead. As Cummings' transponder not reading, so not able to give you exact times, but it is clear that he is faster than the 36J right now. As Michael Turner's weekend will come to a close. Strong run for the 175, but he's going to end up in the infield. So it's Whitehead followed by Cummings. Faulkner runs 3rd. Chamberlain is 4th as they distance themselves away. Ingalls now has 5th as he's trying to distance himself. 6th is Martin. 7th is Wyatt. 8th is Daughtery. 9th is Howell. And 10th is Cameron Furr. Dustin Hennigan sitting 1 spot out. TJ Evans is 2 spots out. Lou Lyles is 3. Ricky Ingalls 4. As here comes Kyle Cummings, winner here 2 weeks ago, as he was able to get around Justin Whitehead in the 36J and then past Neil Kemp in the Club 20 to take the win here 2 weekends ago. As Kyle Cummings trying to go back and cash his first ever Cajun Classic champion and become the 10th different champion of this race. As there's 5 to go this time, Whitehead and Cummings, 2 of the smoothest drivers in the country, running 1-2 right now. Faulkner is 3rd. Chamberlain still has 4th. Jason Ingalls has definitely found something in the 10X. He's going to run out of time to catch the top 4, but he should set himself up for a 9th place starting spot if he can finish here in the 5th spot. 4 laps to go. Running order remains the same as Cummings, still on the back bumper of Whitehead. So we're going to have 3 to go this time. Who's going to be the pole sitter of the 18th annual Cajun Classic? As Cameron Furr begins to battle with CJ Howell for the 9th spot. The 333 working his way to the inside of the 2H. That may open up the door for Dustin Hennigan. Here comes Dustin Hennigan to the inside. As Furr goes to the inside of Howell, 2 laps to go this time for Whitehead. Cameron Furr going to slide in a little bit aggressively. Tag the back of the 34 junior. Everybody's staying straight as they continue to battle for the final transfer spots into the 9th A main. White flag for Whitehead. As Dustin Hennigan begins to look to the outside of Cameron Furr for the 10th and final spot. Furr gets loose right in front of him. He's going to corral it, but here comes Hennigan. Hennigan, Evans, and Lyles all right there as they battle for the 10th and final transfer spot. Whitehead's going to win it. He'll start from the pole. Cummings is 2nd. 3rd goes to Faulkner. 4th is Chamberlain. 5th, Ingalls. 6th, Wyatt. 7th will be Martin. 8th is Daughtery. 9th is Howell. And 10th will be Cameron Furr. 11th, TJ Evans. 12th is Dustin Hennigan. 13th will be Lou Lyles. And 14th is Ricky Ingalls. Race fans, do me a favor. If you're friends with him or if you're over there in the pits, check on the B1 of Kyle Cummings. His transponder is not picking up. Someone please let Kyle know the transponder on the B1 not picking up. So here comes B main number 2 for the USRA factory stock, set to line up the outside of the 18th annual Cajun Classic. On the pole out of Marshall, Texas. He is a defending champion, or a one-time champion, I should say, of the Cajun Classic. Won it back in 2008. That is Chris Hennigan in the Hennigan Race Cars Bobby's Body Shop number C16. And his outside, out of Mansfield, Louisiana, in the Frank's Fishing and Rentals number 5, it's Frank Canizaro. Inside of row number 2, in the CP Seamless Gutters DAF Chassis H&R Air Conditioning number 56, it's Craig Pursley Jr. And to his outside, the Affordable Cleaning Team Bodies by CJ number 3, it's Rodney Howell out of Pineville, Louisiana. On the inside of row number 3, it is the 2019 Cajun Classic champion out of Shreveport, Louisiana. In the Hitman Designs number XXX, it's Sean Graham. To his outside, out of Dry Prong, Louisiana, the Outlaw Race Cars number 9, that's John Parker. And the K&M Auto Retribution number 9. Inside of row number 8 out of Bossier City, Louisiana, the Superior Bar and Grill Laser Race Cars number 12, that's Bo Perry. And to his outside, the Laser Race Cars Hunter's Body Shop number 35S, it's JT Turner. Chris White in the Michael Wright Trucking number 85. And to his outside, starting from the 10th spot, the 127B is going to be Olin Holder the 4th out of Cleveland, Texas. Inside of row number 6, out of Alvarado, Texas, in the Southwest Cutters, Texas Star Concrete Powers Race Cars number 81. It's Jeff Hauser, and to his outside, out of Burleson, Texas, the Pit Stop Cafe number 54R. That's Brett McMillan. Dylan Alaska will start from 13th. Bubba Jones 14th. Brandon Brown's 15th. Andrew Rossum 17th. Andrew Rossum 16th. Jeff Hammett 17th. Austin Waters 18th. Chris Wolf 19th. And Robert Graham Jr. will start 20th. Top 10 will advance to the 18th annual Cajun Classic here at the Arklatex Speedway. $5,000 to win for the USRA Factory Stocks. Hennigan and Canizaro about to lead us to the green. So Chris Hennigan, the 08 winner of the Cajun Classic. He won the 4th annual. He's going to take the early race advantage here in B main number 2. And here comes Frank to the outside. Frank the Tank, Frank Canizaro on the outside of the C16 of Chris Hennigan. As the 56 of Craig Pursley work into the inside, and Canizaro is going to lead lap number 1. Canizaro, Hennigan, Pursley, Howell, and Graham, your top 5 cars. As Bo Perry works to the inside of John Parker Jr. down the back straightaway, they run 6th and 7th. 8th is Chris White. 9th is JT Turner, and 10th is Olin Holder the 4th right now. As Canizaro out front. Here comes Pursley. He's going to take the 2nd spot away from the C16 of Chris Hennigan. Canizaro, Pursley, Hennigan, Howell, Graham, Martin, Perry, White, Turner, and Holder, your top 10. As Hauser, Alaska, and the 54R of McMillan all sitting right there ready to pressure. As well as Bubba Jones sitting there in the 14th spot. Here comes Brandon Brown. Star-studded B-main number 2. Only 10 of them can advance. So Canizaro continues to lead as Pursley starting to try to track him down in the 56. As Craig Pursley Jr. ran 2nd here at the Mike Parker Memorial. He's got a liking to the Arklatex Speedway as he ran really strong at the King of the Hill at Boot Hill as well. As he's definitely trying to show he's one of the strongest factory stock drivers in the country. Coming off of that win at the USRA Nationals last week, I should say, at the Lucas Oil Speedway. As he is tracking down Frank Canizaro very quickly. Canizaro still has the race lead with 7 laps down, 13 to go. That last time by Pursley was 3/10 faster than Canizaro as he's trying to work his way to the front. As Bubba Jones going to pull off the speedway in Club 21, and that may spell the end of his weekend. So it's Canizaro, Pursley, Hennigan, Graham, Perry, Parker, Howell, White, Turner, and McMillan, your top 10 cars right now, as Alaska battles with Hauser for the 11th spot. Battles all over the speedway as Andrew Rossum nearly makes it 3 wide there as Brandon Brown bounces through turns 1 and 2. Seen that car have a similar reaction through turns 2 in the C main. I'm not sure what the issue may be there on the 00. As Canizaro continues to lead, followed by Pursley, Hennigan, Graham and Perry are top 5. Parker is 6th. Howell is 7th. White is 8th. Turner is 9th. And Hauser has the 10th and final transfer spot right now. And now he's coming after Moore to the inside of JT Turner for 9th. Contact between Turner and Hauser as Hauser got into the left rear of the 35. And now he's going to lose some ground, and they're going to go 3 wide for 10th. Alasko, Hauser, and McMillan. 3 Texas drivers going 3 wide right there for the final transfer spot. As the 35T of JT Turner works to the inside of the the 85 of Chris White. And Olin Holder has spun, and Turner's going to get looped around. I believe Turner may have had a tire going down, as Olin Holder, the 4th, was already around in turns 1 and 2. So that may give Turner his spot back, but I believe he has a flat tire on the 35S. The caution is charged to the 127B of Olin Holder. So that will bail out the 35 of JT Turner, as he does have all 4 tires up on that 35 machine. So the caution will be charged to Olin Holder, the 4th, in the 127B, as we got 8 laps to go here in the final B main of the night. So we're going to have 8 laps to go here in B main number 2, the final B of the night. Right after this, we will head straight into the USRA Modified A main. As right now, Frank Cannizzaro trying to punch his ticket and start outside pole of the 18th annual Cajun Classic. Got a few more messages. As Cassidy Steenbach says, shout out to the 00W of Chris Wolf, as well as Kason Peterson and Christy Kennard. They all shout out Chris Wolf, so I'm sticking with my theory that the whole town of Boyd, Texas is watching on Race on Texas tonight. So lights are out, 12 laps to go. Green flag waves. McMillan going to make an aggressive move to the inside, and JT Turner's got a caved-in door and may have a broken left front, I should say, as another car goes over the top of the turn, as a caution flag will wave. and the 69 of Austin Waters stopped on that caution flag. So the caution will be charged to the 35 of JT Turner as well as the 69 of Austin Waters. So they'll both be sent to the tail if they continue. Looks as if Waters is headed towards the pits. And he will retire the 69 machine. We're going to go back to the green. Eight laps to go once again. Here in the final B main of the night. B main number 2 for the USRA Factory Stocks. Trying to punch 10 more cars into the 18th annual Genuine RV Cajun Classic. As Canizaro going to lead us back to the green, followed by Persley and Hennigan. Better restart from Hennigan that time as he works to the outside of Persley. As some cars making contact further back in the field as Robert Graham Jr. bounced off the front straightaway wall. Here comes Chris Hennigan. Hennigan going to throw it to the top side of the speedway. What's the C16 got? As he's going to get a run. Canizaro still has the lead, but here comes Hennigan. Canizaro, Hennigan, Persley, Perry, and Graham, your top 5, followed by Parker, Hauser, the 3 of Howell, the 41 of Velasco, and Chris White has the 10th and final transfer spot right now. As Hennigan slips up that time. Graham Jr. will retire to the pits. Canizaro still leads. Persley has second now as Hennigan's faded to third. Bo Perry's 4th. Sean Graham is 5th. John Parker 6th. Jeff Hauser 7th. Dylan Alasko's 8th. Rodney Howell 9th. As Chris White's battling with him for the 9th spot. Brett McMillan sitting 1 spot out as they're nearly 3 wide for the race lead. Who's going to start on the outside pole tonight of the 18th Classic? 5 laps to go, and here comes Chris Hennigan to the top side. The C16 going to the top, the 5's digging on the bottom. Fishing Frank there in the bottom, and Hennigan's going to take the race lead. Hennigan, Canizaro, Persley, Perry, Parker, Graham. Hauser and Alasko are your top 8 with White riding in the 9th spot. Now Andrew Rossum works his way into the 10th and final transfer. Jeff Hammett sitting 1 spot out. Brett McMillan's 2 spots out. Ronnie Howell is 3. As Howell may have a problem on that car because he was running about 4th or 5th. And problems for the C16 of Chris Hennigan. Hennigan breaks. And that'll put the 13 into the 10th spot as he goes side by side with the 54R. As McMillan and Hammett going to have to settle the 10th and final transfer spot. As here comes Persley back to the inside of the 5 of Frank Canizaro with 1.5 laps to go. Canizaro leads. Persley 2nd. John Parker Jr. now up in the 3rd. Here comes Alasko on the top. Bo Perry's 5th. At the line, Alasko takes 4th. Perry's 5th. Graham is 6th. Hauser 7th. White is 8th as they bottle up 3 wide for the race lead down the back straightaway. Who's going to have the outside pole? It may be Alasko as they're going to go 4 wide. Contact. Canizaro and Persley get together. Parker wins it. Alasko's 2nd. Perry's 3rd. Hauser's 4th. 5th goes to the 54R of McMillan. 6th is Hammett. 7th's Howell. 8th is JT Turner. 9th the 00W. And 10th will go to the 7X. That is the 7X of Test, test. So going on in the world of college football tonight, Tennessee defeats Alabama 52-49 as the Crimson Tide goes down. Georgia beats Vanderbilt 55-0. TCU defeats Oklahoma State 43-40 in overtime. The Texas Longhorns beat the Iowa State Cyclones 24-21. Oklahoma Sooners, gross, beat the Kansas Jayhawks 52-42. The Ole Miss Rebels beat Auburn 48-34. And the LSU Tigers defeat the Florida Gators 45-35. Michigan defeats Penn State 41-17. Test, test. So some updates from the Spooky 50 over at Chatham Super B Speedway, the qualifying for the super late models. Quick time tonight out of Batesville, Arkansas was Billy Moyer Jr. Cade Dillard second. Tanner Kellick was third. That was the qualifying for the super late models. As here comes the A main for the USRA Modifieds. So here is your first A main of the night, $1,500 to win for the USRA Modifieds. And on the pole out of Texarkana, Texas, in the genuine RV IRP race car number 8T, it's Dustin Tater Hyde. To his outside out of Greenville, Texas, in the BD4 Racing Cade Dillard Motorsports number 4, it's Bo Day, last night's winner. Inside of row 2, the pigging out Kate's Recycling Hughes Motorsports number 712. That's Trevor Hughes out of Salina, Oklahoma. To his outside out of Diana, Texas, the TNT Pick Apart Transmissions Unlimited genuine RV number 12T of Tyler Townsend. Inside of row number 3 out of Urbana, Missouri, in the Pomeroy Services Empire Energy Rick Lowry Taxidermy number 7X, that is Dylan McCowan. To his outside out of Princeton, Texas, the Burgess IRP race car number 5X, that's Danny Veal. Inside of row number 4 out of Diana, Texas, in the TNT Pick Apart Transmissions Unlimited Panel Truss number 2G, that's Kenny Gaddis. To his outside, Richie Ginn out of Jaru, Louisiana, drives the Delta Coating and Lining Transmission Service Connection number 211. Inside of row number 5, it's Denny Geiber in the 18. To his outside, Gary Christian in 58X. Inside of row 6, the 18J of Jake Huckabee. To his outside, the 6 of Donnie Powers. The 12 of Jason Ingalls. Inside the next row, the 7 of Sean Gaddis. To the outside will be the 6 of Donnie Powers. Taylor Bowes in 4S. Manuel Williams Sr. in 24. Randall Settle in 79. Manuel Williams II in 24M. Stephen Gaddis in the 2S. Justin Ingalls in 52. TJ Tollison in 38T. John Williams in the 12. Mason Williams in the 24W. Chris Hennigan in 16 will start from 24th. John Beckett will start from the 25th spot in the 1 car. So we have nothing but A mains to go as we're going to run the USRA Modifieds first. They're on the Speedway right now. Next will be the front wheel drive 4 cylinders as they will run second. Then we'll have the $3,500 to win limited modified feature. And it'll be capped off with the 18th annual Cajun Classic Championship here at the Arclitect Speedway. 4 features coming your way, and we're going to start with the $1,500 to win USRA Modifieds. So it'll be Dustin Tater Hyde, who's been chasing victory lane here at the Arclitect Speedway for a few years. It's been about 3 years since he won here, I believe. Ran second here a few months ago to Chris Hennigan. Struggled last night, but he's definitely found something to work with tonight, and he'll start with the pole. On his outside, the winner of last night's race, Bo Day, as we're going to go green. Dustin Tater Hyde and Bo Day lead us to the green in the USRA Modifieds. We are green at the Arclitect Speedway. Days through the top. Here comes Tater through the inside towards the middle, and Day's going to power to an advantage down the back straightaway. Here comes Tater back to his inside. Bo Day leads lap number 1. Hyde is second, Hennigan's third, Townsend is fourth, McCowan has fifth. Hyde going to continue to battle with Day as we got a late arrival. Chris Hennigan pulls towards the infield. Not sure what happened there with the 16 of Hennigan. Did not see him leave the Speedway, but he's going to rejoin, and it's too late as we are underway. So Bo Day leads, followed by Dustin Hyde. Third is Trevor Hughes. Fourth is Tyler Townsend. Dylan McCowan has fifth, and he's coming after Townsend over fourth, along with Danny Veal in the 5-star. As TJ Tollison going to get into the infield tractor tire down in turn number 4. And the first caution of the feature races will come out. So 2 laps and 18 laps to go for the USRA Modifieds. So 2 laps down, 18 laps to go here in B main number 2 for the USRA Factory Stocks. Bo Day going to lead us back to the green flag. Good restart from Trevor Hughes as Dustin Tater-Hyde spins the tires on the inside. Hughes going to power around to second. Here comes McCallum after Hyde for third. As McCallum goes to the top side, going to try to clear Hyde, he'll take third. And now your top 3 running cars were the top 3 last night. As Day won it last night, McCallum was finished second, and Hughes finished third. Here comes Trevor Hughes. Bo Day leaving open the inside lane just a little bit as the 712 closes in. McCallum in the third spot, working the top side of the Speedway, closing in on the 712. As they're putting the Arcotech Speedway to the test tonight. And McCallum going to go back to the top side of the Speedway. Here comes Dylan McCallum. He takes second. McCallum going to take second away from Trevor Hughes as he's trying to chase down the 4 of Bo Day. See if he can steal one from Bo like Bo stole last night. McCallum led 19 laps last night before the 4 of Bo Day passed him on the final lap to win $1,000. We're racing for $1,500 tonight. And here comes McCallum to the inside. McCallum and Day going to battle out up top for the race lead. As Day leads, McCallum is second, Hughes has third. Hyde's fourth. Kenny Gaddis rounds out your top 5 right now. So Bo Day continues to lead, followed by the 7X of Dylan McCallum driving a tribute scheme to his grandfather. And here he comes after Bo Day as the 8T of Tater-Hyde bounces through turns number 2. And that's going to give Kenny Gaddis the 4th spot. Kenny Gaddis working his way from 7th to 4th. We'll see if the 2Gs got anything for these 3 outsiders out front. As Bo Day back to the inside with 10 laps to go. Here comes McCallum back to the top. Day still has the advantage at the line. McCallum's got the momentum on the top as Trevor Hughes searching for a line that he likes. Here comes Dylan McCallum down the back straightaway. They'll be side by side. Bo Day in the 4, McCallum in the 7X. Bo Day working the inside of the Speedway, and he still leads with 8 to go. As they're approaching John Beckett, and they're going to slide up. Bo Day with a slide job on McCallum, trying to find a line to get around Beckett. Now he's going to dive to the inside. Beckett right in the line of McCallum. That will extend Day's lead this time. Now McCallum to the inside. Day goes to the top. They'll swap lines. 6.5 circuits around the Arcotech Speedway left. As Bo Day's got the advantage, see if McCallum can work up momentum once again. Day's going to clear Tollison, and he's cleared for a few more laps until he'll have to deal with Steven Gaddis. And here comes McCallum. He'll get by Tollison as well. Tollison going to pull to the pits, and he'll call it a night. As Bo Day working the inside of the Speedway. Dylan McCallum trying to work up momentum again as Tyler Townsend loops it. Does a 360. He'll stay on the gas, and we'll stay green. That will give Dustin Tater-Hyde the 5th spot back as Jason Engel sitting in 6th with a brand new chassis, the OS2. As the laps continue to wind down, Bo Day now having to deal with the 2S of Steven Gaddis and the 4S of Taylor Bowes as he's a sitting duck for Dylan McCallum. Here comes McCallum on the top side. Bo's going to be pinned under those 2. Bo pinned behind those 2. Now he's going to look to split them. Can McCallum negotiate it better? As there's 3 laps to go this next time around, Day's going to go 3 wide with lap traffic. McCallum's not so eager to get aggressive with the lap traffic as there's 2 laps to go this time. Bo Day still has the advantage as he is swamped with Gaddis and Settle right in front of him. Gaddis gets loose. McCallum's going to take the race lead. And the caution flag will come out instantly. Steven Gaddis spins right in front of Bo Day. He will get the race lead back with a green-white checkered restart as Dylan McCallum will restart in the 2nd spot. Trevor Hughes in 3rd. All right, race fans, so we're about to go for a green-white checkered restart here in the USRA Modifieds. I need to know, who thinks Boday's going to stay out front and win this one? Or will it be Dylan McCowan out of Urbana, Missouri? He's charged to it. He was about to take the lead there when the caution flag waved as Stephen Gaddis got loose right in front of the 4 of Day. We're going to have a green-white checkered restart to find out if it'll be Day, McCowan, Hughes, Gaddis, or Hyde. Those are your top 5 cars with a green-white checkered restart coming up. So we're going to go for a green-white checkered restart for $1,500 to win here in the USRA Modified. Boday won last night, and he's looking for another win tonight. But the kid behind him is points racing. That's Dylan McCowan, sits second in USRA national points. Came down here just to try to get points as he's chasing Tyler Davis, who leads the national points. Davis had a DNF last night, so if McCowan can pick off a win, he may be able to take over the national points lead. So we'll see how aggressive he is with 2 laps to go. See if he'll settle for a second place finish or if he's going to go after Boday for the win. Trevor Hughes trying to get his first ever win here at the Arclotech Speedway. That's the son of Jason Hughes in the 712. Kenny Gaddis looking for his second win of the season here. And Justin Tater Hyde looking for his first win in years here at the Arclotech Speedway. As Manuel Williams II being assisted off the speedway on the hook. Jason Ingalls runs 6th in his brand new OS2 chassis as he's going to pull to the infield. Problems for Jason Ingalls as it looks like he's going to head pit side in the 12. So the 12J of Jason Ingalls in the hot pit. So we're going to have to realign these cars up. Without Jason in the lineup, going to have to adjust just a little bit. As Bode has the lead, Dylan McCowan is second. Third is Trevor Hughes. Fourth is Kenny Gaddis. Fifth is Dustin Tater Hyde. Sixth is Sean Gaddis. Seventh is Danny Veal. Eighth is Gary Christian. Ninth, Tyler Townsend. And 10th is John Williams. So the lights are going out. Who's it going to be? Will it be Bode going 2 for 2? Will McCowan get the USRA national points he's chasing after? Will Trevor Hughes get his first ever win here at the land of the 3 wide? Or will one of the locals, Gaddis or Hyde, pull off a miracle from the third row here with 2 laps to go? Green, white, checkered for the USRA Modifieds, presented by Genuine RV here at the Arklatex Speedway. We're going back to the green, white, checker for Bode. McCowan gets a good run as Day's going to go to the top. McCowan's going to follow him. McCowan's going to slip off the top. Trevor Hughes going to take second down the back straightaway. As McCowan's still committed to the top. Might be able to work up the momentum. Rim riding. White flag out for Bode. McCowan's got about 5 car lengths to make up if he's going to make something happen here. Down the back straightaway, Bode going to extend his advantage by about another car length. And he will go 2 for 2 here at the Arklatex Speedway this week. Bode wins it. McCowan second, Hughes is third. At the line, Gaddis fourth, and Hyde will finish fifth. Here he comes, race fans. Bode back in victory lane here at the land of the 3 wide for the USRA Modifieds. All right, Bo, so tell us about it. A little bit different racetrack tonight, a lot more moisture in it, but you still end up with the same top 3. You win it, Dylan's second, Trevor's third.
Yeah, you know, I'm out of breath. We went into defensive driving there. I seen the yellow nose, and I knew he was trying everything he had. So I had to keep him guessing on what lane I was going to go to. And sometimes you just gotta play those games, and it worked out for us.
All right, tell us how much it means to you. A strong field, 20-plus modifieds 2 nights in a row, and you parked the 4 back in victory lane, back-to-back nights. 1,000 win last night, 1,500 to win tonight.
Oh, yeah, you know, like I said, we couldn't do it without Cade and all the help he gives me, S&S Fishing and Rentals, Maple Motorsports. my brother, my dad, my kids in the pits. Man, for me, it's a family deal. And if my kids or wife and dad's not here, it's not a lot of fun for me.
All right, race fans, give it up for him sweeping the weekend. Hold up.
Good run, man.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kenny Gaddis coming over to congratulate Bo Day. Sweeping the weekend, 2 for 2 in the USRA Modifieds presented by Genuine RV. It's Bo Day out of Greenville, Texas. So next up will be the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder feature. So here comes your 12-lap A main for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. On the pole out of Shreveport, Louisiana, in the Wrights Towing Service DuPont Auto Sales 06, it's going to be Jack DuPont. And to the outside of DuPont, in the out of Texarkana, Arkansas, the Converse Speed Jump number 49C, it's Justin Converse. Inside of row number 2, the Louisiana State Champion at Boot Hill Speedway and the Spooky 50 Champion at Super B Speedway, that's Brian Geis out of Sibley, Louisiana. To his outside out of Ashdown, Arkansas, the 11X, that's Robert Summerall. Inside of row number 3, out of Blanchard, Louisiana, it's going to be the Amsoil number 25 of Hunter Armstrong. To his outside out of Bevins, Arkansas, it's going to be the 65 of Jim Jordan. Inside of row number 4, out of Diana, Texas, the Transmissions Unlimited TNT pickup part number 2G, that's Madison Gaddis. To her outside out of Amity, Arkansas, it's going to be Ethan Fagan in the 12F. Inside of row number 5, out of Big Sandy, Texas, the X is going to be Tommy Durazzo. To his outside out of New Boston, Texas, in the Riggett Racing number 72K, it's Kayla Strom. Inside of row number 6, out of Shreveport, Louisiana, the DuPont Auto Sales number 05, that's Luke DuPont. To his outside, Amanda Cook in the Hitman Designs number 21. Inside of row number 7, John Harris out of Lindale, Texas in the 00. To his outside, Donald Wallace in the 13S out of Karnak. Inside of row number 8, Austin Marshall in the Hustling Hobo Motorsports number 2. And his outside, Chris Bruce in the 10A out of Hope, Arkansas. Inside of row 9, Brandon Harrod in the 29B out of Beckville, Texas. And his outside, Ben McDuff in the F5 out of Keithville, Louisiana. And on the inside of the final row out of Benton, Louisiana, it's Jackson Gallagher in the 46. And to his outside, Ethan Elmer in the 3E. Scheduled for 20 cars. We have 17 out there. We're going to go 12 laps for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders who are racing for $350 to win, courtesy of John Smelly and Smelled Welding and Fabrication. So once again, have 17 cars showing for the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder A feature. 12 laps and $350 to win, courtesy of John Smelly. Originally $150 to win. He added $200 when he saw the car count. And we have 20 front-wheel drive 4 cylinders here tonight. Only 17 of them able to make the A main. But they're bound to put on a show here for 12 laps in the Cajun Classic, the 18th annual running. It's presented by Genuine RV. We're going green. DuPont and Converse get us started here in the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. The double greens out from Kevin Fry, the flagman. And we are underway here at Arklatex Speedway for the Cajun Classic portion for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. DuPont's got the early race advantage. Geis is second. Converse has third. Here comes Armstrong for third. As the 65 gets way loose, that's Jim Jordan going to come down. Ethan Fagan going to take a detour through the infield. As here comes Brian Geis as he's going to the inside of DuPont for the race lead down the back straightaway. DuPont's got too much momentum on the top right now. As Madison Gaddis passes Tommy DeRozzo for the 6th place spot. Here comes Brian Geis to the inside of DuPont. Jack DuPont leads. Brian Geis is second. At the line, caution flag will wave as Madison Gaddis got sent around, it would appear, as Kevin Fry, grabs the black flag, and it looks like Tommy DeRozzo will be sent off the speedway for intentionally spinning the 2G of Madison Gaddis. Perhaps not intentionally. I shouldn't say intentionally because I did not see it. I was watching the race lead. But it is apparent that the X of DeRozzo got into the 2G of Gaddis, and he will be dismissed from this one. So Madison Gaddis going to get her spot back as that caution will be charged to the X of Tommy Durazzo. So Madison Gaddis will go back up between Jim Jordan and Robert Sumrall into the 6th place spot as Ben McDuff stops on the front straightaway. So the 12F of Ethan Fagan pulls to the speed infield, and looks like his night will be done. Race fans, do me a favor and let's make sure we get those kids away from the fence once we go back to green flag conditions. Once again, race fans, the official event apparel is directly under the cameraman, Austin Wilkins, out here on the balcony. We got T-shirts for $20. Hoodies are $40. The official 18th annual Genuine RV Cajun Classic event shirts and hoodies. So we'll go green next time by 1 lap down, 11 laps to go for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders. So Jack DuPont has the race lead. Brian Geis sits in second. Justin Converse in third. Sitting in the 4th spot right now, that's Hunter Armstrong. To his outside, Robert Summerall has the 5th spot. Madison Gaddis in 6th. Jim Jordan has 7th. 8th is Jack DuPont. 9th is Jackson Gallagher, who started 19th. Or was scheduled to start 19th, I should say. Didn't have all 20 cars show. And rounding out your top 10 right now is Amanda Cook in the 21 with 1 lap down, 11 laps to go in the front wheel drive 4 cylinders here at the Cajun Classic. Green flag waves and we're back underway. Converse going to get a good restart to the outside of Geis as Jordan has obvious problems in the 65. 65 slows on the front straightaway. Does not look to be making an effort to get towards the infield. And looks like he's going to go stop at turn number 1, and we're going to have a caution flag. So 1 lap down, 11 laps to go as we're going to restart without the 65 of Jim Jordan. So Jack DuPont going to lead us back to the green flag. Brian Geis and the C45 of Justin Converse, C49, excuse me, of Justin Converse. And we are green, back underway in the front wheel drive 4 cylinders. As Jackson Gallagher gets loose, he'll collide with an infield tractor tire. And the caution flag will wave. So it looked like Jackson Gallagher got stuck in the mud down there on the berm of turns 1 and 2, and he will rejoin the field and tag the tail. Green flag waves for Jack DuPont, getting us back underway. Better restart from Geis that time in the 210G as he's going to take second. Justin Converse going to fall in line in third. Battle for fifth emerges between Jack DuPont and, Luke DuPont in the 05 and the 11 of Robert Summerall as Hunter Armstrong takes the third spot away from Justin Converse. So it's DuPont, Geis, Armstrong, Converse, and DuPont, your top 5 cars. As here comes the 05 of Luke DuPont. Going to take the fourth spot away from Justin Converse, and now he's coming after third, and big contact. Heavy contact between Converse and DuPont, and we will stay green somehow, as DuPont did not know the 05 was up there, I don't think, and he caught the left rear of the 05 with the right front of his C49. And that could have been a lot worse than it was, but we'll somehow stay green. But Converse night will be over. As well as the F5 of McDuff, they will both exit off the back straightaway. If Converse can get to the pit area, that is, as he is limping in the C49. DuPont's in control, followed by Geis. Armstrong has third, DuPont's fourth, and Summerall has fifth. Sixth is Bruce, seventh is Gaddis, eighth Cook, ninth is Gallagher, and rounding out your top 10 is Austin Marshall. 12 cars currently running. 11th right now is Wallace, and 12th is the 72K of Strom, as Wallace has a loose trunk there, and his 13S, as his trunk's bouncing up and down every time he goes through the turns. As DuPont's going to put Strom a lap down, now he'll go to the inside of Wallace, and he'll put him a lap down as well. As DuPont continues to lead, followed by Geis. Geis going to throw a slider on Wallace to try to clear by and chase down the 06 of DuPont. DuPont going to make a mistake, and he may have just broke. The 06 is broke. Jack DuPont breaks while leading the race. Problems for the 06 of Jack DuPont as he slows significantly, and now he's going to pull off into the staging lane so we can stay green. As his cousin Luke takes second place away from the 25 of Hunter Armstrong. 2 laps to go this time for Brian Geis in the 10G out of Sibley, Louisiana. So Geis has the lead. DuPont is second. Armstrong's third. Summerall has fourth. And Bruce rounds out your top 5 right now as he's getting pressured from Gallagher. Jackson Gallagher started at the back, worked his way to about the mid-pack, and then he was the last caution that we had as the white flag waves for Geis. Gallagher trying to fight back for a top 5. DuPont's in second. Armstrong has third at the line with 1 to go. Summerall's in fourth, and Bruce still has fifth. Gallagher, Gaddis, and Cook round out your top 8 as the checkered flags will wave. Brian Geis wins the Cajun Classic. Jack DuPont is second. Luke DuPont second. Hunter Armstrong's third. Robert Summerall's fourth. Jackson Gallagher fifth. Give it up for your race winner, the 05 of Luke DuPont in victory lane from the 11th place starting spot. All right, so Luke, tell us about the racetrack. You started 11th, and you come home with the victory.
It was fast on top, and they just, I don't know, they just weren't running it where it was good, I guess. But I got lucky he got disqualified, or I wouldn't have won that.
All right, thank your sponsors real quick.
XL Tax Service, Golf Cart Palace, James R. Martin Building and Construction, Wright's Towing, Thompson Motorsports, Outlaw Transmission, and DuPont Auto Services.
All right, race fans, give it up for your front-wheel drive four-cylinder winner, Luke DuPont. So here comes your limited modified feature, $3,500 to win, courtesy of Storm Services. So this will be a 30-lap feature, $3,500 to win for the USRA Limited Modifieds. So here's your lineup. On the pole is the 00 out of Texarkana, Arkansas. The custom coatings and creations number 00 of BJ Moore. To his outside, the IRP race car Twin City Towing 81 of Ricky Ingalls. Inside of row number 2, the 22. That is the Wells Racing Engines Dirt Defender IRP race cars number 22 of Gregory Muirhead. To his outside, the IRP race car, Team 5 cam chassis, number F5 of Skeet Amison out of New Boston, Texas. 00 of JD Amos, the 69 is Derek Grigsby, the 35 is Aaron Roy, the 2 is Adam Roy. The 18J, Jake Huckabee, the 12J is Jason Ingalls, Dustin Robnett in 2R, Bailey Turner in 24B. Josh Bauckham in the Dominator race car number 24B. To his outside, the SimpleChurch.tv 23 Junior, that's Cliff Tupper. Inside of the row number 8, that's going to be Rowdy Day in the County Armory Quick Latch number 20D. Into his outside, the Rock and Roll Whataburger number 561 of Kevin Simpson. Inside of row number 9, out of Texarkana, Texas, the Western Flyer race car Hadaway Collision number 36. That's Flying Brian Newborn. And to his outside, Riley Poole out of White House, Texas in the 25. Gary Hendrickson in the 32 machine. That's the Gary's Body Shop Snoopy's Body, number 32 of Gary Hendrickson. And to his outside, in the Rollins number 12, that's going to be Bailey Dosser. And the final car on the Speedway, Justin Whitehead in the Outlaw Race Cars Best Engines number 88. Have 21 cars ready to go, 30 laps for $3,500 to win here in the USRA Limited Modifieds. Green flag waves as Moore and Ingalls get us started here at the Arklatex Speedway for $3,500 to win, courtesy of Storm Services. So Ingles going to get the early race advantage down the back straightaway. He gets around BJ Moore for the lead. Here comes Amison, the 66-year-old of Ingles, the 65-year-old of Amison, with BJ Moore right there between them. So Ingles leads. Moore has second. Amison's third. Fourth is Grigsby. Fifth is Muirhead. As here comes the F5 of Amison, looking to the outside of BJ Moore once again. As Ricky Ingles leads lap number 2. Interesting to see the 0-0 of Moore. He won the B from running the top side, and now he's content to stay on the bottom. We'll see if that's just a tactical decision due to Ingles being on the top, or if he thinks the bottom's a better way to go. But we got 3 now and 27 to go, and we'll find out as the laps continue to tick off. As Derek Grigsby continues to ride the top side, he's around Gregory Muirhead for the 4th spot. Now he's trying to chase after the F5 of Skeet Amison for 3rd. Amison to the bottom, Grigsby to the top. Amison will still have 3rd at the line, but Grigsby's working up a lot of momentum on the top. Now Amison goes to the top. Grigsby going to give a bump to the F5 of Amison as they're both running the same line now. BJ Moore running a little bit lower. We'll see if that works for him, if it costs him. As Muirhead still has 5th. Adam Roy has 6th. 7th is J.D. Ammons. 8th is Jason Ingles. 9th is Jake Huckabee. And 10th is Dustin Robnett. As here comes Adam Roy to the inside of Greg Muirhead. He's going to look to take away the 5th spot. As Ricky Ingles starts to distance himself away, Muirhead still has 5th at the line. Ingles way out front. Moore has 2nd. 3rd is Amison. 4th is Grigsby. 5th is Roy. Problems for Brian Newborn as he will exit the Speedway in the 36. As Ricky Ingles is leaving the field. Half a straightaway advantage already over the 0-0 of BJ Moore. Adam Roy trying to make some gains on the inside in the 2 machine. But he's got to get moving if he's going to catch up to the 81 of Ingles without cautions to assist him. Here, top 5 is Ingles, followed by Moore, Amison, Grigsby, and Roy. 6th is Muirhead. 7th is Ammons. 8th is Huckabee. 9th is Ingles. And 10th is Robnett. Rowdy Day rides in 11th. Aaron Roy is 12th. 13th is Josh Baucom. 14th, Bailey Turner. 15th is Cliff Tupper. 16th, Justin Whitehead. 17th is Bailey Dosser. 18th is Kevin Simpson. 19th, Gary Hendrickson, and 20th is Riley Poole as we've lost Brian Newborn. Here comes Adam Roy to the inside. He's going to take away 4th from Derek Grigsby. Adam Roy running 3/10 quicker than the 2 cars right in front of him right now of Amison and Moore, but not on par with the lap times of Ingles right now. This time by at the line, it's close, but Amison still has 3rd. 17.3s for Ingles right now, a 17.4 for Adam Roy that last time. May be interesting if Roy can get to 2nd and get a caution. As they're nearly 3 wide for 2nd that time. BJ Moore still has 2nd. 3rd is Amison. 4th is Roy. As they're going to go 3 wide for 2nd. 3 wide off of 2. Amison's going to get pinched out of that situation, I should say. As here comes Adam Roy to the inside of BJ Moore as they battle side by side for 3rd. 2nd and 3rd, that is. Moore has 2nd, Roy has 3rd. 4th is Amison, 5th is Grigsby as Ingles has a straightaway advantage. Halfway down this time. 15 to go. Coming off a turn 4, side by side, Moore still has 2nd. Good battle there from 2nd through 5th as there's 4 cars right there all together, but Ricky Ingles has absolutely left the whole field. Full straightaway advantage. As Amison takes 3rd back away from Roy, it is a 6.5 second advantage for Ricky Ingles. Ricky Ingles runs a 17.365. As BJ Moore going to cross the line at a 17.502. So 2/10 quicker every lap. And that is the distance That is how Ricky Ingles is putting this distance on the field right now. As here comes Derek Grigsby, Adam Roy starting the fade as those three other cars who were battling before Roy got to him begin to battle once again. Amison and the 00 of Moore go side by side down the back straightaway. Grigsby trying to go to the top, going to try to make it 3 wide, see if Grigsby can get a run. Here comes Amison, he'll take second. Moore has third, Grigsby's fourth, Roy is fifth. As it is a 6.7 second advantage for the 81 of Ricky Ingles. With 10 laps to go now. 3 wide for second. Contact between Grigsby and Amison. BJ Moore's going to take the second spot there as Amison had to save it after contact with the 69. That'll give BJ Moore the lead back. As Ricky Ingles nearly half the track ahead right now. At the line this time, Moore still has second. Amison is third. Grigsby's fourth. Roy is still fifth. Muirhead is sixth. Ammons is seventh. Eighth is Huckabee. 10th is Ingles. 10th is Rob Neck. That was the slowest lap Ricky Ingles has ran in a long time, a 17.7. A 17.5 that time for BJ Moore. As Ingles may just be playing it safe with 2 lap cars in front of him, but he runs a 17.5 that time. As Josh Bauckham expires to the infield. 17.5 also for BJ Moore that time, but a tick slower. 6 laps to go for Ricky Ingles this time. Ricky Ingles completely dominating the limited modified field tonight, as he has a 6.4 second advantage right now over the 00 of BJ Moore. As here comes Derek Grigsby with a slide job on the F5 of Skeet Amison. Grigsby's going to take third down the back straightaway. BJ Moore finally getting some breathing room in the second spot as Grigsby takes third away from Amison. Adam Roy still rounds out your top 5. Ammons takes 6th. Muirhead is 7th. 8th is Ingles. 9th is Whitehead. 10th is Day. Justin Whitehead started dead last, but without any cautions. Not able to make up enough ground as he's gone 21st to 9th. Now he's pressuring Ingles for the 8th spot. As we only have 5 laps remaining. 4 to go now for Ricky Ingles. Excuse me, 3 to go. As BJ Moore has cut into the lead significantly, it's a 5.7 second advantage now. But with 2 to go this time by, Ingles is just smooth sailing. Gotta assume his crew let him know that he is way ahead of everybody else. Ingles still leads. Moore has second. Grigsby's third. Amison's fourth. Roy has fifth. As the white flag's gonna wave this time for Ricky Ingles, 66 years old, putting an absolute dominating performance on the limited modified field tonight. He'll go down the back straightaway one more time in the IRP race car, Twin City Towing JCT Auto Sales number 81. Through 3 and 4 for the final time. $3,500 goes to Ricky Ingles. As BJ Moore gets loose in second, Grigsby's gonna finish in second. Third will be Amison. Fourth is Roy. Fifth will be Muirhead. Race fans, give it up for your winner, Ricky Ingalls in victory lane, 66 years old. All right, Mike Fault, it is 65 years old. So Ricky Ingalls, the 81, you dominated that one. Green to checker, 30 laps. How's the racetrack right now?
Well, it's pretty fast around the top. I started slowing down a little bit there. I felt like I was getting slow towards the end. But, man, I can't thank these racers tonight. They did a heck of a job keeping everything straight. No problems. The track turned out to be in good shape. I just can't thank enough.
All right, you were up by 7 seconds at one point. Did your crew let you know how far ahead you were?
No, I can't never find them on the racetrack. They ain't got big enough hands or bright enough eyeballs or something. I just can't never find them where he's at.
All right, Ricky, what does it mean to you to win $3,500 courtesy of Storm Services? How awesome is it that Austin Storm's adding money? He's not even racing here this weekend.
Wow, I really appreciate that. I didn't even know that. That's a lot more than I was aware of. I really appreciate Austin.
All right, Mr. Ricky, tell us about the sponsors on the 81.
Well, I want to take JCT Auto, that's Colton Moore, Twin City Towing, Joe Best, the best sponsor there is. Of course, Jason Ingalls builds a great race car. Couldn't be no better. IRP race cars. PTS Racing Engine, John McLemore. That's the power under the hood that put it to the front. 1-3 Designs put a heck of a graphics on here.
All right, race fans, taking the USRA Limited Modified, $3,500 to win. Ricky Ingalls out of Longview, Texas. All right, race fans, it's about time for whatever y'all came here for. It's time for the 18th annual Genuine RV Cajun Classic. $5,000 to win for the USRA factory stocks. All right, race fans, this is your 18th annual Genuine RV Cajun Classic Field. On the pole out of Hooks, Texas, in the Hadaway Towing. Best Engines, raceontexas.com, number 36J. It's the 8-time Cajun Classic champion, Justin Whitehead. To his outside out of Dry Prong, Louisiana, is going to be the 9 of John Parker Jr. Inside of row number 2. Out of Minden, Louisiana, in the Callender Motorsports, Debbie Callender Realtors, number B1, it's Kyle Cummings. To the outside of Cummings, out of Huffman, Texas, in the DAF chassis, breast cancer awareness wrapped number 41, it's Dylan Alasko. Inside of row number 3, out of Cut and Shoot, Texas, the DAF chassis, John Lita Farm sponsored, number 27, it's Dalton Faulkner. And to his outside, Faulkner is the defending 2021 champion of the 17th Annual Cajun Classic. Scheduled to his outside, the runner-up from the 17th Annual Cajun Classic, the Superior Bar and Grill Laser Race Car House Car number 12 of Bo Perry. Inside of row number 4, Jacksonville, Texas, is Kenneth Pork Chop Chamberlain in the Soapy King Car Wash number 70. To his outside, in the 81 machine, the Southwest Cutters Powers Race Car number 81, it's Jeff Hauser. Inside of row number 5, Jason Ingalls in the Twin City Towing, Joe Best number 10X. To his outside, Brett McMillan in the Pit Stop Cafe, Performance Transmission number 54R. Inside of row number 6, it's going to be Dakota Wyatt in the O'Reilly Auto Parts 15X. And to his outside, it's going to be Jeff Hammett in the 13 machine. The 88M is Joshua Martin. The 3 is Rodney Howell. Joshua Daughtery in the 34 Junior. JT Turner in 35S. CJ Howell in 2H. Chris Wolf in the 00W. Cameron Furr in 333. Andrew Rossum in 7X. Clint Shirtliff in 54X. Scotty Case in the J27. Lee Patton in L100. Chris Hennigan in C16. Dustin Hennigan in 22. Frank Canizaro in the 5. And Craig Persley Jr. in the D55. Race fans, on your feet as we send off the 18th Annual Cajun Classic here at the Arclotech Speedway. So the lights are going to go out, and we are set for 50 laps of USRA factory stock action. 27 cars battling in the 18th Annual Genuine RV Cajun Classic, $5,000 to win. Whitehead and Parker going to lead us to the green. And here we go for the 18th time. It's the Cajun Classic at Arclotech Speedway. Whitehead and Parker lead us into turn number 1. Whitehead on the bottom, Parker runs through the middle as Alasko goes side by side with Cummings for third down the back straightaway. Parker's going to edge ahead, heading into turn number 2. Whitehead gets a good run to the inside. They'll go side by side. Parker leads lap 1. 49 to go. Here comes Alasko. He works to the outside of the B1 of Cummings. He'll take third at the line after one circuit. John Parker Jr. out front as Justin Whitehead holds second. Here comes Cummings. Here comes Alasko. Alasko has third. Cummings has fourth. And Faulkner has fifth at the line. And here comes the B1 of Kyle Cummings as he works to the inside of the 36J of Justin Whitehead. As we're coming to 3 complete this time, 47 to go for John Parker Jr. Cummings takes second away from Whitehead. Whitehead's third, Alasko is fourth, Faulkner is fifth. Bo Perry sixth, seventh is Kenneth Porkchop Chamberlain. Eighth is Jason Ingalls, ninth Jeff Hauser, and rounding out your top 10 right now is Brett McMillan. Here comes the B1 as he's going to try to chase down the race leader of John Parker Jr. As Whitehead and Faulkner, were side by side at the line that time. Whitehead beat him by 0.039 to the line. This time it looks like Faulkner's got a better run. So Parker's leading, followed by Cummings. Faulkner takes third. Fourth is Whitehead, fifth is Alasko, but here comes Bo Perry to the inside of Alasko for fifth. Bo Perry's finished second so many times here over the Arclotech, and he's looking for the biggest win of his career. Finished second here last year in the 17th Annual Cajun Classic. And now he's coming after the 8-time champ of Justin Whitehead for 4th. So Parker leads. Cummings is 2nd. Faulkner has 3rd. Whitehead's 4th. Perry's 5th. Velasco 6th. Chamberlain 7th. Ingalls is 8th. 9th is Hauser. 10th is the 54R of McMillan. Wyatt has 11th. 12th is Hammett. 13th is Howell. 14th is Daughtery. 15th is the 88M of Joshua Martin. 16th Cameron Furr. 17th CJ Howell. 18th JT Turner. 19th Clint Shirtless. 20th is Scotty Case. 21st is Craig Pursley. 22nd is the 7X of Andrew Rossum. 23rd, Lee Patton. 24th, Chris Wolf. 25th, Chris Hennigan. 26th is Frank Canizaro. 27th is Dustin Hennigan. All 27 cars still running here as we have 9 down, 41 to go as the B1 of Cummings is catching the 9 of Parker. As problems for JT Turner as he looks to be missing some of the left side of that, the front end on that 35 machine. Perhaps just missing a front side panel as they're starting to have some smoke coming from that 35S as well. But here comes Kyle Cummings. 11 laps down, 39 to go. John Parker Jr. leads it. Kyle Cummings tracking him down. Faulkner has 3rd. Bo Perry has 4th. Justin Whitehead is 5th. As Alasco slips up just a little bit too high, here comes Dakota Wyatt. Here comes the 13 of Jeff Hammett. As the 5 of Frank Canizaro pulls to the infield, his weekend will end. So it's Parker, Cummings, Faulkner, Perry, Whitehead. That's your top 5. 6th is Chamberlain. 7th is Hauser. 8th is McMillan. 9th is Wyatt. 10th is the 13 of Hammett. As the laps continue to wind down, we are 13 in, 37 to go here in the 18th annual Cajun Classic. As Parker leads, followed by the B1 of Cummings. As Parker ran a quicker lap that time, he holds a lead of 0.546 at the line that time. Jeff Hauser going to lose a few spots there to Brett McMillan and the 13 of Jeff Hammett. Looks as if Hauser may be off the pace down the back straightaway. Or perhaps something going awry in that 81 as he's lost about 3 spots in the last lap and a half. Here comes Bo Perry as he begins knocking on the door. Dalton Faulkner for 3rd. So it's Parker, followed by Cummings. 3rd is Faulkner. 4th is Perry. 5th is Whitehead. 6th is Chamberlain. 7th McMillan. 8th is Hammett. 9th is Alasco, and rounding out your top 10 is Dakota Wyatt. We have 16 laps down, coming to 17 down here, 33 to go. That's heavy lap traffic in front of the 9 of John Parker Jr., and he seemed to pick up some speed now. As he's on the back bumper of Dustin Hennigan, going to give the bumper to the 22 of Hennigan. Can this open it up for the B1 of Cummings? Parker's going to get by Hennigan, and here comes the B1 as Chris Hennigan's going to pull off the Speedway. The 08 Cajun Classic champion is done. As John Parker Jr. continues to lead, as we have some carnage, the 81 of Hauser, and the caution flag will come out as Hauser was sideways, was able to save it, but the caution flag is out. Not sure if we had a car go over the edge of turns 1 and 2. Or perhaps we just did not anticipate the 81 saving that one, and that's the word we are getting. And so we will be under yellow flag conditions, 18 laps in with 32 to go. So caution for the 81 of Jeff Hauser as he exits the Speedway, and his weekend will conclude with that move. So I do not see the 81 in the hot pit. That means he headed back to the real pits, and he will be done for the weekend. So again, we have 18 laps now, 32 laps to go before we can crown us another champion here at the 18th annual Genuine RV sponsored Cajun Classic. So out front, it's John Parker Jr. looking for his first ever Cajun Classic win. He would be the 10th different winner in the 18th running here of the Cajun Classic. Right behind him, Kyle Cummings also looking for his first win. Dalton Faulkner looking to become a two-time winner and a back-to-back winner as he won the 17th annual in 2021. Bo Perry looking for his first Cajun Classic as he rides fourth right now. And sitting fifth is the 8-time champion of Justin Whitehead. So we've got them set up, and we are going to go green next time around. As John Parker is going to bring us back to the green with 32 laps to go. Back to the green flag. John Parker Jr. going to lead us back to the green. Here comes Cummings. Here comes Faulkner, as Faulkner's front nose starting to look a little bit crinkled up. May have a hood pin loose on that 27. As here comes Bo Perry and Justin Whitehead as they fight to the inside. Whitehead going to collide with Faulkner, and Faulkner goes around. Caution flag will wave as Dalton Faulkner facing the wrong direction in the 27. The L100 of Lee Patton as well as the 35S of JT Turner all involved. Pit, so he will have to go to the rear if they make any adjustments on that car. So Dalton Faulkner has returned to the Speedway with a new left rear tire. Because they had to change the tire, he will go to the back along with the 36J of Justin Whitehead. That will move Bo Perry into the third spot, Kenneth Chamberlain in the fourth, and Brett McMillan into fifth. As we still have 18 down, 32 to go. As we're about to go back to green, Matt with the 9 out front, that's John Parker Jr. Lights are out, 32 more laps here tonight for the 18th annual Cajun Classic. Parker leads us back to green. Good green start from Cummings. Here comes the B1 of Cummings as Perry tries to get back to the bottom. The 70 of Chamberlain's down there. And he's able to clear off for third. Here comes Alasko as he's trying to battle for the 5th spot with the 54R of McMillan. As Parker continues to lead, followed by Cummings, Perry, Chamberlain, and Alasko, your top 5. As they're battling down the back straightaway, multiple cars. Joshua Martin battling with the 13 of Jeff Hammett, the 54X of Clint Shirtliff, and the 2H of CJ Howell. Those cars battling for spots 7 through 12. As Hammett's going to get bumped back to the 12th spot. But John Parker Jr. continues to lead with 30 laps to go this time. B1 of Cummings just waiting for a mistake, trying to stay within striking distance and then make a move on the 9. As Kyle Cummings has ran just about everything, ran modifieds, ran late models, and he can keep these factory stocks very smooth around the Arklatex Speedway as well as Boot Hill Speedway, but now Parker's going to extend a little bit down the back straightaway. As Lee Patton pulls to the infield, his night will be over. This time by, Parker has a 0.440 second advantage as Cummings ran a slightly faster lap that last time. Bo Perry ran his best lap of the race that last time, faster than both of the top 2. What does the 12 out of Bossier City, Louisiana have? And that time is Parker's quickest time, but Bo runs even faster. Bo Perry seems to have the fastest car on the track with 25 laps to go. As Justin Whitehead going to pull off the speedway, he will not become a 9-time champion tonight. Parker still leads, 24 laps to go for the 9. It's Parker followed by Cummings, Perry, Chamberlain, Alasko, McMillan, Wyatt, Martin, Shirtliff, and Howell, your top 10 as the caution flag waves. The 13 of Hammett facing the wrong direction. And we have a car over in the staging area. That is the 34 junior of Josh Daughtery. So just past the halfway here, 26 laps down, 24 laps to go here in the USRA factory stocks for the 18th annual Cajun Classic. Lights are going out. We're going back to the green this time by John Parker Jr. leads us back to the green. Parker, Cummings, and Perry, your top three, as Bo Perry's going to try the top side of the Speedway. It's going to cost him third as Alasko gets a run to the inside. As the J27 of Scotty Case going through the infield. Parker continues to lead, followed by Cummings, Alasko, Chamberlain, and Perry. Perry going to continue to try the top side of the Speedway as the Hobby Shop Racing Engines number 54X of Clint Shirtliff slows in turns 1 and 2. So Parker leads, followed by Cummings. Alasko now has third as Chamberlain and McMillan battle for the fourth spot. Martin in 6th, 7th is Howell, 8th is Perry, 9th is Wyatt, and 10th is the 7X of Andrew Rossum. Parker continues to lead, not making much ground on the B1, but B1 isn't losing any ground either, as Cummings was faster that last time by, as we've got 20 laps to go. This time by Parker going to run 0.09 faster, as Bo Perry ends up in the infield and his bid for a Classic Championship is over. Parker going to extend his advantage that time as he runs a 10th quicker with 19 laps to go for the 9 of John Parker Jr. Two tenths quicker that time as he's got a 9/10 advantage as he's extending it once again down the back straightaway as Wolf and Howell get together over in turn 4. And the caution flag will wave. Heavy damage for the race leader, the 9 of John Parker Jr. As looks like Parker got caught up in someone else's problem as Howell and the 00W of Wolf got together. So once again, the caution comes out for the 3 of Rodney Howell along with the 00W of Chris Wolf, and contact with the race leader of John Parker Jr. as he has heavy right side damage in the rear end of that race car. As we have 17 laps to go, we'll see if this body damage affects Parker and his aerodynamics. So with 17 laps to go, John Parker Jr. has the race lead. Kyle Cummings sits second in the B1. Third is Dylan Alasko in 41. Fourth is the 70 of Kenneth Chamberlain. Fifth, the 54R of Brett McMillan. Sixth is the 88M of Joshua Martin. Seventh, the 2H of CJ Howell. Eighth is the 15X of Dakota Wyatt. Ninth, the 7X of Andrew Rossum. 10th is the 10X of Jason Ingalls. 11th, the D55 of Craig Pursley. 12th is the 22 of Dustin Hennigan. 13th, the 333 of Cameron Furr. 14th is the 13 of Jeff Hammett. And 15th, the 00W of Cody Wolf. Excuse me, Chris Wolf. So not quite sure what occurred right there as we were getting set to go back to green. The 7X of Rossum seemed to break something on that car as he's pulled to the infield, and he's going to be assisted off the track with the Arklatex Wrecker Service. So we have the lineup set, and we will go green next time around. As we've lost the 7X of Andrew Rossum, so that switches things up just a little bit. Jason Ingalls will be running in the 8th spot. And Craig Pursley Jr. now rounds out your top 10. So we'll have 17 laps to go. It's Parker, Cummings, Alasko, Chamberlain, McMillan, Martin, Howell, Wyatt, Ingalls, and Pursley, your top 10. Hennigan is 11th, first, 12th. Hammett is 13th, and Wolf is 14th. And we're going back to the green for 17 more laps around the Arclotech Speedway tonight. Here we go. Alaska putting the bumper to the B1 of Cummings, trying to take away that second spot. Here comes Joshua Martin to the inside of McMillan for fifth, and he's coming after Chamberlain for fourth. 16 to go this time. As Parker continues to lead, followed by Cummings, Alaska, Chamberlain, and Joshua Martin now rounds out your top 5. As Joshua Martin started at 14th in this one, works his way up to 5th. As that time by Parker, the fastest car on the track, as he has an 0.5 second advantage over the B1 of Cummings. Once again, looks like Parker's going to extend his advantage by just a little bit that time. As Alaska was running a faster time than Cummings that time, but not showing the ground on the speedway, as he's definitely going to lose down the back straightaway. So it's Parker, followed by Cummings, Alaska, Chamberlain, and Martin. That's your top 5. 6th is McMillan. 7th is Howell. 8th is the 15X of Dakota Wyatt. 9th is Ingalls. 10th is Pursley. As there's 12 laps to go this time. 12 laps to go for the 9 of John Parker Jr., looking for his biggest win of his career and looking to become the 10th different winner of the Cajun Classic. So we had 84 factory stocks compete this weekend here at the 18th annual Cajun Classic. And right now, 10 laps to go for the 9 of John Parker Jr. Trying to cash in on his biggest win of his career. 10 laps away from $5,000 as Pursley breaks in front of Hammett. Problems for Craig Pursley as he'll move to the infield in the D55. He is done for the night. His Cajun bid will come short. Parker may have sailed a little high that time, and Alaska breaks. Alaska running third, and he's off the pace. Chamberlain's now in third. Here comes Martin to his inside. As Cameron Furr going to come up limp as well in the 333. 11 cars remaining, with 7 laps to go this time for the 9 of Parker. John Parker Jr. trying to hold off the B1 of Kyle Cummings. So see 6 to go this time, and it looks as if Cummings may be catching up just a little bit. By the line that time, Cummings just a tick quicker, but not enough to close the gap unless Parker makes a mistake. This time by eyeball test says Parker was much quicker, and he was quicker. As Chamberlain still holds third. 4th is Martin. 5th is the 54R, and the caution flag will wave as CJ Howell going to come up limp on the front straightaway. So the caution flag out for the 2H of CJ Howell, and we will have 6 laps to go. As at this point in the running, every car on the speedway will make a 10th different winner of the Cajun Classic. No defending champions left in this race right now. So it's John Parker Jr. out front in the 9. The B1 of Kyle Cummings been running in the second spot for most of this race. We'll see how aggressive he'll be with 6 laps to go. Third is Kenneth Porkchop Chamberlain, as he's enjoying his best Cajun performance of his career. Fourth is Joshua Martin. He started 15th in the 88M. Fifth is the 54R of Brett McMillan. Sixth, the 10X of Jason Ingalls. Seventh is the 15X of Dakota Wyatt. Eighth, the 22 of Dustin Hennigan. Ninth is the 00W of Chris Wolf. And rounding out your 10 remaining cars, the 13 of Jeff Hammett. So they'll take formation as we're still under the caution flag. Assume to see that light go out this next time around, as Joshua Martin trying to make his presence known to the B1 of Cummings, as there are 6 laps to go here in the 18th annual Cajun Classic. The bottom line seems to be the preferred line right now. We'll see how aggressive these guys are. See if somebody wants to give a shot to the back bumper of the 9. So lights will go out. 6 laps away from crowning a 10th different champion here at the 18th annual Cajun Classic at the Arclotech Speedway. Solid restart from Parker. Here comes the B1 of Cummings. Cummings going to drive it in deep, try to get the run off. But Parker's going to get a better run down the back straightaway. As Wolf faces the wrong direction in 00W, he'll keep it going. We'll go green. 5 laps to go. Cummings trying to angle his entry to the turn, trying to enter a little bit higher and turn down. Try to work up a little momentum. We'll see what the B1's got, and here he comes. Head full of steam. Here comes Kyle Cummings. 4 laps to go. The top 2 cars distance themselves from the rest of the field as Parker and Cummings leave Chamberlain behind. 3 laps to go this time. That time by Cummings was faster, but once again, it's not fast enough to close the gap. They'll come to 2 laps to go this time. Cummings praying for a mistake from Parker. Parker trying to hold on to the biggest win of his career. Big run out of 2 for John Parker Jr., and that may have just sealed it. It's going to come to the white flag this time, and Cummings not making up any ground. 1 more circuit for the 9. Through 1 and 2 for the final time. Going to get 1 more run down the back straightaway. Cummings has nothing for him. Your 10th different winner in the 18th annual Genuine RV Cajun Classic. John Parker Jr. wins the Classic. B1 of Kyle Cummings is 2nd. Kenneth Chamberlain 3rd. Brett McMillan is 4th. Joshua Martin 5th. Jason Ingalls 6th. Dustin Hennigan 7th. Jeff Hammett is 8th. Dakota Wyatt's 9th. And Chris Wolf rounds out your top 10. Race fans, he's getting all the safety equipment out, cashing in on his biggest win of his career. the 10th different winner here at the 18th annual Cajun Classic out of Dry Prong, Louisiana. It's John Parker Jr. in victory lane, the 10th different champion of the Cajun Classic.
Oh, man.
All right, let's give you a little chance here to catch your breath. Out of Dry Prong, Louisiana, tell us about it, John. Biggest win of your career. You're the 10th different champion and the 18th champion of the Cajun Classic.
It's unbelievable. First of all, this race goes to my daddy. I mean, he does everything. He works on his car day in, day out while I work. And been trying to get one of these for a long time. So I got to thank Don, Cylinder Heads and Racing Engine for the horsepower. Justin Whitehead for the race car. Bad race car. Love it. Original Parker chairs and swings. Oh, mechanical plumbing. Contractors. K&M Auto Rebuilders. And my biggest fan here, my mom. Precision Transmission. Litton Motorsports. One more out. I think that's it.
All right, John, tell us, how much does it mean to you outrun 83 other factory stocks and be the top here at the biggest race of the year at the Arklatex Speedway, the 18th annual Genuine RV Cajun Classic?
I knew we had a good car to do it. I just needed a little bit of luck on my side, and it paid off. I got it coming out. Thank all the fans for coming out.
All right, race fans, that is your 18th annual Cajun Classic champion, John Parker Jr. in victory lane.
No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.